All right, ready, guys?
I'll go for my 65th.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the second budget meeting hearing to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Okay.
Next item, brief comments by council.
To our Jewish brethren, just having celebrated Yom Kippur, we send our regards. With that, let's continue.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is the Millage Resolution, a resolution of the Village Council, a resolution of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the final millage rate of the Village of Key Biscayne for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, pursuant to Florida Statute 200.065 Trim Bill and providing for an effective date.
Motion to table. Second.
Well,
You got to
bring
move
it
it
to the
first.
floor.
Right?
So motion.
Move.
Second.
Motion to table. Second.
Motion to table takes precedence.
All those in favor of
Wait a minute. The reason why we're doing this is we have two items on the agenda. One is the millage and the other one is the budget. Everybody signed up for budget. Hardly anybody has addressed the millage here. So we want to take up the majority items first, and then we'll come back to the millage. Okay, everybody's clear? Okay. The items before us.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the budgets for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida Statutes Trim Bill and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, the item is before us. Let's open the public hearing on the budget. Elena Folkets.
Do I need to do anything? Just go ahead.
Your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Elena Folkets. I live at 101 Crandon Boulevard. I'd like to say that I agree that we should be making every effort to save through cost efficiencies, like shifting expenses to other jurisdictions or scrutinizing the budget for the proverbial gold-plated toilet. I'm very grateful for the constructive role of the opposition within the council, which I've heard in the past, and which is personified by Ed Landon. It reminds me a little bit when I've watched UK parliamentary meetings, and I just think, thank goodness there's an opposition, regardless of what side you're taking, but that you can hear what the different perspectives might be. I think it's very constructive. But that having been said, social cohesiveness is very valuable, not least on an island occupied by more than one person. And so I endorse continuing to support the community center, public spaces, and public safety absolutely as generously as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Hospitali.
Good evening. Adriana Hospitali, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. Thank you, Mayor Joe, and all the council members for all the effort, time, and talent to protect our interests. I've been here in Key Biscayne since before the incorporation, and the spirit which inspired the incorporation was to protect our interests. Now, myself and a lot of fellow citizens are forward looking for our retirement. And if you increase the real estate taxes, it's going to be difficult for people of my age and older to keep living in Key Biscayne. I will say something in Spanish. Por favor, afilen los lápices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have members of the Youth Council here. Could you have one of you speak for the group? Okay. Come on forward. All the rest of you come forward. Yes. Lend them some moral support there.
All right. My name is Julian Mazza. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. I stand before you as the Chair of the Youth Council to talk about
I'm
increasing
sorry, your name and address for the record.
Julian Mazza, 739 Crandon Boulevard. I stand before you to talk about increasing the budget for our program to provide our community fun and engaging activities for our youth. We believe in creating monthly sports events to fundraise for our program and to have tournaments to increase engagement. We want to increase teenager engagement and increase the opportunity for teenagers to promote their businesses and talents. We want to bring more spirit to our local sports teams through watch parties and major events. We would also enjoy a trip to Tallahassee to learn more about our state government, its functions, and its day-to-day operations. We believe we need a larger budget to accomplish all of these goals and to provide people our age more activities, opportunities, and engagement to thrive in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. The Ask Club, speaking for the Ask Club, Ed Stone.
Good evening. Ed Stone, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. I'll make it quick. I know I only have 3 minutes and it's starting to count. The population in 2020 was 14,722. The senior population, 65 and over at that point, was 14.2%. That's 2,090 people. So this year's the budget, we spent $156,000 on our seniors. That's a $74 per senior expense. It's not a bad deal, or is it? So that's the question. Why is the S Club beneficial? Mental well-being, improved health through exercise, fewer emergency calls, and lots of social interaction. This is what we do. We're requesting, I know that it's not a good time to do it, but we need more money. We want to make sure we have enough. We don't want to have a crisis at the end of the year. We'd like to add $16,000 to our budget number, and that would cost $9.57 per senior. So I hope you can consider that. We thank you for all your support over the years. By the way, we're 16 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Lana Montalban.
We have some slides.
We're supposed to have a PowerPoint.
Supposedly, we have to have a click somewhere, the IT guy or gal.
Not for clicker.
Sorry, we're going to use guy. There you go. This is
And
the
this is the
clicker,
clicker right
if you
here?
want to. And this is my assistant.
Yes. How about you forward on this?
So all you do, you could use this or you just press that button right there. Okay.
Okay, remember you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, Lana Montalban, 210 Seaview Drive. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the Village Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about something important and close to our hearts. The Key Biscayne Trap, Neuter, and Return program is fundamental for many reasons. In less than 1 year, many cats were neutered and adopted. Some were treated and released back where we found and trapped them. A total number of 42 kitties were benefited by our program. Thank you very much. Some of you may think this is an insignificant number, but that's exactly the point. The number is low because for many years now, a group of volunteers like myself trap cats that are abandoned or injured or sick, treat them, and always neuter them, keeping the population under control. I want to thank you on behalf of the TNR group for covering our expenses for the past year. Of the 2023 budget, we spent it all minus $3. But the new budget proposed by the village has been cut by 50%. Believe me, we go out on our own time at night in the heat and fighting the mosquitoes to trap the kitties and do a service to the community. If we don't have the money for the trap, the food to pay for the vet care, it will rapidly get out of control. Here are some of the kitties that have been adopted. I have to say that one of them has found an excellent home. He's my baby now. These are some of the important reasons why our program must be supported. Now I can explain the charges and why, when you reviewed the TNR budget, only $8,000 had been spent until that date. Of course, you were right to feel that we were not using the money. Dr. Susan Sawyer has been the person that submitted the monthly bills to the village for the TNR program. As many of you know, she leaves Key Biscayne for 3 to 4 months during the summer. So she pays all the expenses for vets, labs, meds, and trapping supplies during those months on a personal credit card called CAT and submits for reimbursement when she returns in the middle of September. So that accounts for a large amount of the budget spent in September. Also in September, we restock necessary medical supplies for the next year. That's why September's total spent is much higher than previous months and ends up using our total budgeted amount. I hope that that clarifies any questions on the budget, and thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, Ed Sanchez. Yeah, we just kind of combined everything, so.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Yeah. But that does nothing.
No, no, all these ones.
No, yeah. No, I gotta leave.
Ed Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive.
Yeah.
I want to read from last press release from Mr. Pedro Garcia, the Miami-Dade County property appraiser. The steep increase in values driven by a heated real estate market will force many property owners to pay higher property taxes, which many cannot afford. I urge the county, cities, and the school boards to consider a 3% reduction in the respective millage rates to help our residents cope with increased cost of home ownership. Miami-Dade County has 38 municipalities. For 2024, 25 of them maintain their millage. That's about 66%. 6 increase their millage, and 6 lower their millage, including Key Biscayne. Key Biscayne went from 3.1533 to 3.1490. That's less than 1/4 of a percentage. We must stop over budgeting. We have approximately $29 million in cash in operating unspecified funds. We need to stop over budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Josie Valdez Hurtado.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Grape Tree Drive. I believe that you people are a very lucky council because you have had the privilege of having unpaid accountant experts review in record time and present to you via email an alternative to reduce the manager's proposal budget, without reducing any of the services that some speakers addressing you tonight are worried about. I believe qualified, well-intended individuals should be welcomed and encouraged to be part of government at all levels. Trying to undermine the intentions of those who dare step forward for the betterment of the communities by identifying them as being moved by political ambition is a totally absurd attempt to demean a noble purpose. Those who did have a political ambition are now listening to us, all of you sitting here. Those before you and those who will follow deserve respect and recognition. No personal attacks and innuendos are acceptable or justified from any side or from whatever position. As for the proposed budget, the U.S. Census Bureau American Community Survey, the one that shows in the proposed annual budget book fiscal year 2024 on page 9, shows a population growing steadily from 1990 to 2020. Then a decreasing population of 1.9% from 2020 to 2021 to 14,530 residents. This decrease, being the only one for the 31 years available on the census, shows the daytime population for 2021 at 14,593. How an increase in services increase as the daytime population grows is also explained at that same page, adding that aging affects the needs of lifestyle of the residents. So I wonder, what services are provided by the village to non-residents? What are they, how, and what are they and how are they justified? What is the criteria to decide what is provided and what is not? From whom and why? Do the yearly increases in the budget reflect the fluctuation in the population? What about the demography? Is there a study that justifies expanded services needed by residents, or do they include non-residents as well? Participating, for example, in sports, community center use, senior services. Are there studies showing the increase that only residents need?
Can you wrap up?
Really?
Yeah.
For any specific community service? Well, I have stated one of the many concerns that I have. I believe that any and all the concerns coming for the voters are simply a reflection of what affects directly this tiny island, its fragile infrastructure, and its limited resources because of space and geological conditions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Fausto Gomez.
Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10, Key Biscayne, Florida. Mr. Mayor and Council, I first want to thank all of you. The fact that myself and others disagree over policy, not personal, should not be taken as an assault, but rather it is a sign of a healthy democracy. And it is important for you to hear from your constituents. And your constituents spoke loudly last year when they defeated proposals to increase our debt cap. A clear sign that fiscal responsibility was warranted. Secondly, I want to correct the misconception. We have heard that Key Biscayne has the lowest millage rate in Miami-Dade County. That is not true. Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, Miami Lakes, and others have a lower millage rate. Those municipalities contract with Miami-Dade Police for their services, and the cost varies depending on the geographic area and the number of police patrols. In at least one instance that I know of, the contracted cost is higher than our own expenditures for police. Other cities like West Miami that have their own police department have a special taxing district to pay for Miami-Dade Fire. Everybody pays. We have also heard that Key Biscayne taxes comprise only 17% of the total tax obligation. So what? From a penny to a dollar, all tax funds should be spent wisely and effectively. Now let me get into specifics. I speak from the perspective of someone who for 38 years dealt with government budgets and as a former board member of Florida Tax Watch, which is the state's premier watchdog organization. Along with the former Florida governor, U.S. senator, and a raft of elected officials, as well as CEOs, we examined the state budget line by line for inefficiencies and suggested improvements. I will try to do the same here, utilizing Key Biscayne source documents. And if you want those source documents, I'll be glad to provide them to you. It appears that we have an orgy of overspending. Public Works budget last year was $4.7 million, and expenditures in your documents show $3.3 million. However, for 2024, the proposed budget increases from 4.7 to 5.4 million. The Parks and Recreation budget last year was $2 million, and your budget documents show that expenditures were 1.5 million. Yet the proposal to fund 2024 is now $2.1 million. On and on in every department. In fact, the village's own audit for 2022 on page 4 states that the general funds for that year exceeded expenditures by an incredible $11.5 million. Finally, another area is the CIP list. It carries over 20 projects and includes 11 more. Mr. Mayor, if you could give me one more minute, I'd appreciate it.
I give you 30 seconds.
Okay. Perhaps the most glaring example of that is $750,000 for the Harbor and Fernwood traffic circle. It is a placeholder with our tax dollars when the project is not ready and will not be ready. Finally, I note $188,000 expenditure for a strategic communications person when we already employ a public affairs, a PIO. Is this sort of the Ministry of Information that was discussed at the last council meeting? And we could go on and on. Finally, I looked at the village's credit cards, and probably the most interesting example is that the village is now paying for manicures and pedicures at a local salon. Right. And I will give you that documentation if you wish.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next speaker is CeCe Sanchez.
Good evening, Council and Manager. CeCe Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I would like to know who of you in Council represents me. I'm a longtime resident. I am a senior, a homeowner, a citizen, and a taxpayer. If you think you represent me, why didn't you attend the Key Biscayne Neighbors Association meeting with me and many others? The Miami-Dade County property appraiser was the main speaker, as well as Ed London, two very appropriate speakers for budget season. It was posted, so it was legal for you to show up. You did not attend. I want to know why. Was it a coincidence that all of you had something else to do? If we're supposed to be one community and you are failing to represent some of us, this should not be. Someone else already spoke about. We incorporated because we wanted together to form, to decide our future. And what I see here is that we need to be fighting one another. That's not the point. I think everybody wants the same thing. But we should be talking. You need to come and at least, I come here and I say this, I say I do not understand things, but who gives me answers? You can't speak to me. And something has to happen because the community is confused, is getting upset, and I think we have as much right to know as you do. Thank you.
Okay. We're here to talk about the budget and the millage. Okay. Andy Herrera next.
Good evening, gentlemen. Andy Herrera, 250 Fairwood Road. I'm here tonight.
And ladies, too.
It's okay.
And ladies, of course. I'm here tonight to address issues or point fingers to anybody. I just want you guys to be one community with the effort to advocate for our families and children. Stop dividing the community, please. I want you guys to be and look out for the well-being of our children in this paradise. They are only not properly served. Our children have a lot of needs in our community. From a snowbird community, we turn out this community into a big family and children community. And we are doing nothing for the children, nothing. It's shameful. And we have resources to allocate for our children, space, fields for sport and recreational activities. We have to commit and get together with institutions, improve the fields. People don't agree with me, but I want to improve the fields in our village for our children to play it. Turf, that's fine. This is for all our children. Doesn't matter if it belongs to St. Andrews or not. It belongs to everybody because this is our children. I want you to stop doing that. We could not put the children as a standard or social programs like safety and preventions, and then because we call this and then we will suffer this. We are not to suffer. We are here to enjoy and live properly and for our children to have a proper life and our families. And we all deserve a lot of respect. And you guys need to stop this fancy spending and this budget over-inflating salaries, increasing every year with salaries higher than the governor of the state of Florida. That's an insult. We are hard-working families, and we need to stop overspending and all these lavish American Express cars expenses. Like, this is unbelievable. We need to stop this once and for all for the well-being of our community. And that's a lesson we as a community were giving you guys. We deserve respect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chiara Bergonzi.
Good evening. My name is Chiara Bergonzi. I've been here in Key Biscayne for 30 years. 798 Crandon Boulevard. We are It Takes a Village.
Yes, hello, everyone. My name is Barbara Diaz. We are the founders, mom with Laura, of It Takes a Village, an organization that makes awareness
and your
for
address,
the
please. I'm sorry.
population. Sorry?
And your address, I'm sorry.
The address is 225 Harbor Drive.
Thank you.
And we are an organization that make awareness for the kids and teenage and young people with special needs. So we are here to tell you that we are working together with the Community Center and the Key Biscayne Foundation and to bring many inclusive activities to this community. And we are here for two things. First, please take our budget in consideration and approve. And the second is to inform you about a nice event. We are going to have the 7th and 8th of October, an inclusive orchestra. And Chiara is going to tell you about this.
Yes. I think we have an amazing opportunity. The orchestra name is Recycle Orchestra of Cateura. It's from my country. And now they are like in tours around the world. They have been featured in New York Times, in 60 Minutes. Like the orchestra is like an example of inclusion, and it changed the whole community by one person that saw an opportunity because the kids were living in the slum, in the landfill. So the teacher, he was a teacher, a scientist that wanted to do a project for recycling. He was a science teacher, and he saw where the kids were living in my country, and he was like, I need to help these kids because some of them were in drugs or like they didn't have parents. So he found in the trash like cans or things like that. And he said, I can help them make instruments. So they did instrument out of the trash, and now it's an amazing orchestra with tours around the world. And I think it's an amazing opportunity to have them here in Key Biscayne, and we wanna. Where's Melissa? We want to make like the most inclusive concert here in Key Biscayne because I talked to the director, it's Fabio Chavez, and he told me he loved the idea and he have all the instrument, and it could be like all the kids could come and touch the instrument made of trash. And I think like my kids were born here in Key Biscayne, and sometimes I think this is the world, like to have a different point of view of how people can help and change a community. I think it's an amazing opportunity. And also for kids with disability that sometimes they feel like forgotten. We want to give them opportunity to help us with the concert, with Melissa, with the amazing Key Biscayne Foundation. We want to thank you for this opportunity.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hope you go.
Sally Brody.
Hi, Sally Brody, 200 Galen, Key Biscayne. Well, I've lived on this key for 50 years anyways. I must be old. And I know the Incorporation gang is really happy with what you guys are doing and lady are doing. I'd like to thank the council, the manager, Todd, Roxy, and the chief of police and fire. I support the budget the council and the manager have put together, and please do not cut any of the programs that we have enjoyed. We have an outstanding police and fire department. We need to support them and know that they're not asking for anything they don't need. The police need newer cars, and the fire department needs to replace their rescue vehicles. I do not understand why the spade, neuter, and the cat program has been cut in two. This is a volunteer program and it helps limit unwanted kittens and cats. If you stop this, you're going to see lots of kittens and lots of cats, more than we have already. Imagine what it'll look like. These cats, the volunteers socialize the kittens and place them in loving homes, most of them indoor cats. And this is a national program that has been going on for 11 years on Key Biscayne. And that's why you don't see 1 million cats, because people from over in town drop their cats off here because it's nice to live over here. There are 3,000 seniors living here, and they've cut the ASK program by 15%. Why? In closing, listen to the police chief and the fire chief and give them what they need and what they want. Also, the seniors and the cats need your help. Mayor Rasco and council, I am very proud to support you. I think you're doing a wonderful job. Cliff is happy with you. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maite Thornton.
Hi, Maite Thornton, 475 Hampton Lane. First off, thank you guys for considering the Key Biscayne Film Festival as an initiative. It's been a passion project for me and something that I've been very excited to be a part of. I think it will bring great things to the island and what the island stands for. It's an event that will continue to build on our community. It helps grow the cultural programming, which I know is an initiative and a vision that the village has had and wanted to do. It highlights the many creative residents we have on this island that have been involved in this industry. It will allow both young adults, youth, and seniors to come together as an island in a community setting. It helps support local businesses. I really believe this will strongly be a beautiful thing for the island and can be and will continue to grow and be a wonderful thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Pablo Sanchez.
Pablo Sanchez, 165 Hampton Lane. Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm here to support a zero waste culture, community composting. I think here on the island, we need to be leaders in environmental issues. I think a zero waste culture helps to do that, helps to educate our children, and is a great initiative that we should keep fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Moss. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Veronica Moss, 1 Harbor Point. I am here to support the Key Biscayne Piano Festival. The Key Biscayne Piano Festival is a gem I believe our city should not lose. I have rarely seen such high-level cultural events in Miami. It brings not only the experience to our community of top-level performances, but also the example of hard work, dedication, and love to one's craft, which is rarely seen. Not only by the performers themselves, who dedicate infinite hours to improve their skill, but also by Amarili Fridegoto, who puts it all together with little help. Her passion and professionalism are an example to follow. If someone loves something deeply, there are no limits to what they can accomplish, as we have witnessed at these amazing events. I hope you can appreciate and realize that this is such a valuable asset to our community and vote accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jan Dillon.
Good evening, Jan Dillo, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to talk about the budget, just from the perspective of, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Inflation has been an issue for everybody in the country for the last several years, but here in Miami, it's actually been worse than it has been everywhere else. I totally understand the need and the desire and the outcry to lower our budget or to keep our budget under control, but I don't think that it considers some of the other aspects that are out there. It's not just inflation, which we do need to incorporate into our expectations. It's also that on a per capita basis, we have grown. And it's not just on a per capita basis in a raw sense. It's in a per capita basis that more and more people are living here year-round. It's not just the people that used to just come here during the winter. So I think those things need to be brought in, and there are certain things that in this community people come here to see and to enjoy and to love. And if we cut those things in particular, I think we need to be very, very gentle and very, very insightful about how we do it. The one thing that I really do not ever want to see us, and I know there have been many, many discussions here on the topic of resilience, but that is the one thing that we cannot at all even consider cutting, in my opinion. It is if we don't continue to move forward with these steps, it will be bad. The property values will go down. The quality of life will go down. And I know, because I've followed the elections very closely over the last few years, every single one of you spoke in front of in front of an audience. I'm not saying everybody was in favor of resilience, they weren't, but you're here. And that means that the majority of people expected you to support the view and the ideals of keeping this village healthy and the people happy and resilient. So that's what I have to say. So please consider that going forward, not just tonight, but the rest of the year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Taima Hervas.
Good evening. Nice to see so many people here. I'm Taima Hervas. I'm a 250 Galen, apartment 54. I probably could add up 30 years. There have been some comings and goings, but I've certainly educated my children here, and I love what you're doing. And I'm here to speak in favor of adopting the budget and passing the millage rate. I think you've done your homework. I know there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of anger, but I think where we are is a place we have to care about, and we have to pay that tab. I represent my mother, who's 89 years old. She's living on a pension, and I've given up my work and my income to take care of her. So when I say, let's spend the money, I'm not saying it sort of flippantly or any way that's not respectful to everybody in this room and to everybody who lives in this village. My role here, I've been a volunteer in many things. I'm on the board of directors of a zero waste culture. I'm on the board of director of the Chamber of Commerce, leading the environmental committee, and I'm now starting a new initiative in conjunction with the foundation called Plastic Free Key Biscayne. So my focus is about resilience, and I appreciate Jan's words. You sort of warmed me up for that. And I feel that, yes, we don't want to spend more money. I do. I want to spend more money now, because what am I going to do when I can't afford insurance? What am I going to do when the flooding makes my property lose its value? How am I going to convince my children to come back having a university education and all of the potential in the world and everything they've learned in our great school system when this place will be going underwater? I mean, for me, it's like from the heart. This is a personal story for me. I think it's personal for everybody. I don't come with the facts and the figures. I leave that to other brilliant people here. But I do thank you, and I think you're doing a great job. And I don't think we need to nitpick, and I don't think we need to get ugly with each other. And I think we have to remember this community. I mean, we have all come here because we love it here, and we love each other. We don't always agree, but I feel truly in a heartfelt way that you are working hard and you're doing a damn good job, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Luciana Felpeto.
Hi, I was hoping I could introduce her. I'm part of the TNR program. She's our foster. I just want to tell you that we are trying to get teenagers involved with the fostering with the TNR program because we want to teach them responsibility, and it gives them an opportunity to get community hours. So we think it's very important to foster, because once we find a cat, that's an interim step between to get adopted. So she has been so helpful to us, and she's been kind enough to talk to you tonight about her experience.
Good evening. My name is Luciana Felpeto. I live on 465 Warren Lane. I volunteer for the KB Cat TNR program. I want to speak on behalf of the program and share some of the vital work they do for our community. The KB Cat TNR program helps reduce our street cat population. They take cats off the street, neuter, spay them, socialize them, and place them for adoption. Many of those cats are adopted right by Key Biscayners. I have fostered 7 cats and have watched them transform from feral to socialized to adopted. It has also brought me Charlie, my own amazing cat that I helped nurse back to health when he was taken off the street after being injured. All of the members of the KB Cat TNR program are an amazing group of community superheroes. If you have ever seen someone try and handle a feral cat with kitchen mitts, you would agree. They are truly lifesavers and givers of second chances. On a personal note, having the opportunity to foster for the program has taught me so much about patience, compassion, resilience, and responsibility. Because of my experience, I'm actually now interested in becoming a veterinarian. It's very important that we continue our village funding for the KB Cat TNR program. It takes a village to help support the street cat issues we have, and the Cat TNR program is doing that for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Susana Brown.
Dear council members, my name is Susana Brown. I live in 200 Galen Drive, apartment 103, Key Biscayne, Florida, 33149. The reason I am here today, standing in front of you, is not only to thank you for your hard work, but to voice my concern about the budget. You are our elected officials, therefore the stewards of our finances and best interests. Going over the proposed annual budget, in page 29 in the new book under Fund Balance Policies, it reads, surplus funds in the general fund at the end of each fiscal year not placed by the council in a restricted reserve fund shall be used either to reduce debt or to reduce taxes in the next fiscal year. Please comply with what you voted for and adopt it as policy when this was passed back in the 2023 budget. Looking at page 21 in the new book, our budget has increased 12.2% from fiscal year 23, meaning our taxes will increase too. And before my 3 minutes are over, on page 131, under the column Fiscal Year 24 General Fund, instead of using those 2.75 million from the General Fund, increasing our budget, I propose that you comply with the approved Fiscal Year 23 mandate and use said amount from our reserves, decreasing the budget and thus lowering our taxes. Do not misunderstand me. I am not advocating using our reserves. Our reserves are sufficient to meet the manager's goals. We do not need to overtax our residents and add additional funds to our reserves. Again, surplus funds shall be used either to reduce debt or to reduce taxes in the next fiscal year. The fact of reducing a budget and consequently its taxes does not mean to get rid of different activities and services that Key Biscayne offers to our community, such as film festival, village cleanups, piano festival, holiday celebrations, the Lighthouse 5K, dog park events, 4th of July, seasonal decorations, among others. A good manager knows how to do it and how to make it happen. So please, I urge you to keep looking at the budget before final approval. Thank you all.
Thank you. Gustavo Menendez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gustavo Menendez, 260 Battonwood. Dear council members, I'm here because I heard Mayor Rasco last time asking for 3 budget scenarios, lowering the budget expenses, and we wanted to help. So we prepared and we reviewed the budget and prepared 3 scenarios for you. We sent them yesterday by email to every one of you. We only received acknowledgement from council member Most. So I brought you the copy printed so that you can check it. These scenarios are very simple. They keep the same level of programs and services to the community. We are not proposing to cut anything at all. They do not impact village personnel or salaries or headcount. And they keep the 31 capital improvement projects. So there is no big change in the process of the budget with this proposal, right? We prepared 3 scenarios based basically in efficiency and timing. Better timing for some expenses and efficiency in some others. It's only 6 expenses that we are proposing to move, only 6. This is for your consideration. They are simple, they are easy to adopt, they are easy to implement, and probably will get the approval from everybody, from all the community. I can give you the details of each scenario if I have more time, but I think in the interest of time, I will give you this. It's so simple, it fits in 1 page, so no big deal. And I want to close by quoting Peter Drucker, who said, probably people know who he is, but he said, effectiveness is doing right things, and efficiency is doing things right. So you are bounded by the 2 because you are representing our money, you are representing our taxpayers. So that will be all. I will give you the copy just in case.
Thank you. Next speaker, Isabel Astek.
Okay, hello, I'm Isabel. You see me again, and I represent the TNR program, and I'm at 251 Crandon Boulevard. I want to inform you that we used part of our budget this year to buy this microchip reader for the police department. Right now, you have a microchip reader that only does 1 registry, and this could be used for dogs and cats. So now this will give you the opportunity to look at the 15 registries, so it's much easier to find a lost dog here, and a cat, of course. Anyway, so we want to present this to the police chief. This is for you, so you could help our community find the dogs and cats that are lost.
George Mendia is next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. George Mendia, 111 Island Drive. I want to begin by thanking all of you. Others have done it as well. Your service to our community makes this community what it is, and we appreciate it. I also want to thank the manager and his great staff for the exceptional work they are doing. We're all benefiting from it, and you guys have a good team together. All of you know why we're here. Every 4 years, the world comes together in friendship to compete in the Olympics. Key Biscayne is no different. We come here every year in September and debate our millage rate. Every year, the competition here begins with similar narratives. The economy's bad, lower the millage. The economy's good, lower the millage. The property appraisals are up, lower the millage. Property appraisals are down, lower the millage. Inflation is up, lower the millage. Down, lower the millage. And the list goes on. You know, you can make that argument every year based on whatever variable you want to use. Unfortunately, lowering the millage does not address our needs or our hopes. The argument I subscribe to is different. Here in the Key, most residents expect exceptional services at all levels, period. Few would ever come before you and tell you that they would be willing to have less services for a small drop in their property taxes. People aspire to more, better, and not less. We have accomplished great service levels in our public safety departments. Now we need to maintain them. Our overall infrastructure needs upgrading. Our circles, our sidewalks, our roads, they need to get worked on. And they need to get worked on this year, not next year. Our hurricane preparedness can never be strong enough. And traffic and stormwater issues will continue to be concerns that need to be addressed on a yearly basis. And if that requires that you keep us as a municipality with the lowest millage rate in South Florida, we should feel very fortunate that we can do all this and still be the lowest, that has its own police and fire department, for somebody who said something different. And so what is a reasonable millage rate? More importantly, what is an unreasonable millage rate? Extremes are never good, and we are so much lower than anybody else that at some point it begs the question, are we too low for what we aspire to? That's something we have to think about as we embark in larger projects coming up. I ask that you leave the millage rate as it is, lowest anywhere, and I challenge you and this administration to really make this a spectacular year. Let's get to work. There's a lot of work to do. At the end of the meeting, I expect one of you to proclaim that the budget season is now closed, and like the Olympics, it'll be back in September of 2024. Enjoy. Have a good night.
Next speaker, Francis Reeves.
Let me take off my fur coat. I have one way to save money, perhaps. Take the AC off. But I'm actually here. First of all, I want to thank you all for doing this work. I'm on my board. Oh, yeah, my name is Francis Reeves, 251 Crandon Boulevard. Thank you, Jocelyn. Key Biscayne, Florida. And I'm here for 3 reasons. The first one is to thank you for even considering having the Emerson Fittipaldi Concours d'Elegance here on Key Biscayne. We're thrilled to be back for the 3rd year, and I think you're going to be very pleased with some of the surprises we have. The big deal is it's Lotus this year, and we're going to have the Lotus that Emerson Fittipaldi won his 1972 F1 championship. And the new EV, to all the sustainable people, the new EV F1 Lotus. The second reason I am here is to tell everyone about what a great police force we have. Every time I say Chief Sousa, I want to bring out John, na. Wasn't that the guy who did all those parade songs? It's like, I don't know, he should lead us. But I have a very personal experience. Many of you probably know my husband has a little bit of dementia. Well, he has dementia, it just gets worse. But nevertheless, he, for whatever reason, decided to drive the car. And when I went downstairs later, about 5 or 6 hours later, he came back, but without the car. And as a consequence, I thought the car had been stolen. I finally ended up with Officer Madden at the Key Biscayne Police Department, and she was fabulous. And the chief already knows this. I've told him everything. And surprisingly, he had taken the car and then walked back, and then forgot that he took the car. But Officer Madden allowed me to give her a big hug, even though what I really wanted to do was fall on my knees and praise her. And then on the third is, of course, I'm a minimalist. I think we live in a great place. I don't understand why we have to raise anything right now. It's been really a tough 4 years. I don't care how much money you have. And everybody else has reasons, this, that. Look, I live on a great island. I have wonderful neighbors. I have a great support system, including our police and including our fire. And I don't understand how you all do this for free, but I thank you very much for doing so. And thank you again for the concourse and for a great police department.
Thank you. Next speaker, Nancy Doak Harrison.
Hi, I'm Nancy Doak Harrison at 669 South Mashta Drive, and I thank each and every one of you for your volunteerism and being here tonight. I was a volunteer prior to incorporation, as some of you remember, and after incorporation, I think I served on, 10 or 12 committees, and it takes a village to make a village. So thank you all. One of the big responsibilities that you have per our charter is adopting a budget. And that's probably the hardest thing you have to look at, because everybody has wonderful projects and wonderful needs. And I personally can't say enough about the CAT program, because my street, Mashta Island, had been overrun by a resident who liked kittens, and they had about 200 kittens at one point, and that group came in. But you have a responsibility to look after all of your residents, and I ask you to please budget for what is going to be able to be done in 23 and 24. We are blessed that we have increased property values. We are blessed that we have a reserve. And I'd like to ask each of you to consider keeping our budget at a millage rate of 3%. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the police and the fire.
Next speaker is Ann Tainter.
Yeah. Ann Tainer, 170 Ocean Lane Drive, and I have Sally beat. I've been here since 1966. I am kind of upset about the budget. I've spent 2 days. I downloaded it. I read it. I felt like I was in the middle of a Houdini act. You know, now you see it, now you don't, now it's over here, now it's over there. This one's named this way, this one's named that way. I actually looked at what was budgeted in 23 for a lot of these programs, what they actually spent, and what you budgeted for 24. Some of them were, none of them, very few of them, actually spent the amount of money that was budgeted for them in 23, yet you gave them the same amount, sometimes even doubling it or adding $5,000 or $10,000 to it. That I did not understand. What I would really like to know is if you still require, and at one time you did, for all of these programs to write you a detailed information of what they did, what they spent, and it was done, I believe, 2 or 3 times a year. I don't know if you still do that. If you don't, I think we need to get back to it. And by the way, I spent 3 years on the yacht club board, and I thought they had a screwy system, but I think yours is worse. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ignacio Segurola.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Well, tonight's the big night. Tonight's the night that the final decisions are made. Oh, sorry, Ignacio Segurola, 881 Ocean Drive. Tonight's the night final decisions are made. I know you guys have gotten bombarded with emails and suggestions. I'll add my 2 cents in. The manager is going to present you with the budget he wants and different scenarios that he does not want. My suggestion to you is don't buy it. The scenarios he does not want have all kinds of implications of gloom and doom. If you simply look at the budget, as Ann Tainer just said, and you budget to the actual amounts that are spent, not just last year, but the last couple of years, you see that there's a trend you end up spending about the same amount. If you budget to actual to date, you eliminate millions of dollars off the budget and you cut absolutely zero. Every single program gets funded at 100%. Nobody gets hurt. That's what you need to do. Number two, the manager is also going to tell you that the millage and the budget needs to increase because that's the only way to fund the reserves that he wants, which are 40% of operating expenses and 10% for emergency expenses. Don't buy that either. If you look at last year's audit of the village, dated September 30th, 2022, we had $20.4 million of the budget as found by our auditors that could be used for operating expenses and emergency expenses. That constituted 62% of the budget or 7.5 months of operating and emergency expenses. That is way more than the 50% that the manager is asking for now. So what does that mean? We already have the money. We already have too much money. I think 50% is too high, but even if I'm wrong, we're already over budgeted for the reserves. And number three, we have the CIP, the Capital Improvement Project. The manager is rolling over from last year 20 projects that the village was charged for. Taxpayers paid their money and the village didn't even begin. And now we're rolling them over to this year to hopefully begin them, but that's not it. We're also gonna add 11 more projects and charge another $2.5, $3 million for those projects. We live in the village of Key Biscayne, not Fantasy Island. We need to budget for things that can actually be done. It took, what, 6 months or more to do one right turn lane? And me, as a resident, I'm supposed to believe that we're gonna do 31 projects with approximately 8 million or more in this fiscal year that's coming up? That's not possible. We need some more realistic and mature expectations, realistic and mature projections of what can actually be done in this fiscal year. You just eliminate the waste, the over budgeting, and everyone gets fully funded and we don't get overtaxed. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Myra Lindsay.
Good evening, everyone. Myra Pena Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive. Thank you very much for your service. I've been there. I'm here today as a private citizen and someone who has been there for 8 years and worked on budgets for about 15 years. So I'm glad to add, but I'm here as a private citizen and I'm glad I am not there and I have no plan on returning. But there is a theme that I keep on hearing, and I went through the budget. I spoke to many of you about the budget and some questions that I had. And what I see that I think we need to get back to is zero-based budgeting. This budget is not based on zero-based budgeting, and if you don't know what it is a budgeting process that allocates funding based on program efficiency and necessity. So you have to justify what you are doing rather than history. It calls for scrutiny. It calls for things like proper workshops and a budget that you get more than 2 to 3 weeks before before today, so that you actually have time to analyze and to get the backup information, which frankly I looked at this budget and it doesn't have. So please, as a resident and also as someone who's been there and advocates for best practices, please go back to a process of zero-based budgeting. It works. It works. It's what's best practices for municipalities, and it gives transparency, and it gives information, and it causes a lot of harmony. We want happy people. We want happy neighbors. We want to know what's going on. Couple of things. I have to tell you, I was pretty shocked when I saw that in order to cut, and Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for asking for scenarios on how to be efficient, not necessarily cut anything. You wanted to know how we could be efficient, what options we had. I understand that the first scenario was, well, let's cut spay and neutering, which there are a lot of people here today. I went through the budget, and I have to tell you, just looking at the departments, at travel and per diem from the different departments, we have, just by keeping them the same, having the police department go from stay at 84,000 and not go up to $99,000 for travel and per diem, $14,000 savings. Fire, by keeping it at the same from, I think they're budgeting close to 45,000, and the year before it was at $35,000. Every many departments, if you keep them just the same, you're not cutting their abilities to do things, and you keep them the same, you save close to $40,000. Those are some of the cost savings that you would have seen, the efficiencies that you would have seen if you had done more of a zero-based budget process. And it's low-lying fruit. You just have to have the information on a timely matter, and you have to have it in front of you. That is important because it's wasteful. And by the way, for travel and per diem, both I work for the public sector, my husband works for the private sector. Conferences and trainings have shifted to online. So there is much since COVID, there has been a huge shift. Employees don't want to travel that much. Clients and taxpayers don't want to pay for it that much, and they realize, you know what, life continues, you can do it online. So please, those are the things we're looking at. Also, there was, I think, a credit card surcharge that I did not see on the revenue point, and so this is why zero-based budgeting is important. Now, for the CIP, couple of things. Do not make the mistake that we made when we bought the telehandler. It didn't work. We bought a forklift. We thought it would be helpful for hurricanes. We have since, every time we've had an incident, gotten vendors to come in. It has basically rotted due to neglect and lack of use. It's $130,000. The turn at Harbor in Crandon.
Since you've been here, you know that I need to move you along.
Yes, okay. That circle, $750,000. That's an arterial road. You should be getting a contribution from the county. You should be looking for these type of things. You got to be tighter with the budget. Thank you for what you do. Be thoughtful, be considerate, and don't cut any services to our residents.
Ricardo Martinez.
Good evening. Ricardo Martinez, 1111 Crandon Boulevard. I am the Director of Finance and CFO of a private equity fund, an asset manager, and we deal with joint ventures and funds. I'm not an expert in municipal accounting, but I do know my way around financial statements and budgets. The current budget has been, as mentioned here, does not actually budget to actual costs. We continue the same thing every year of sweeping much of the current year surplus. We've been doing it for years. Currently, I understand that for last year's, which it was mentioned that the September 30th financial statements showed that we were already at 70 or 62%. There's still 2 more years, the one that's about to finish, and last year's, which haven't been included in those figures. So we will be way above the self-imposed 40% for emergency funds, which was self-imposed by the council, as opposed to the 16.67, which supposedly is the industry standard. In addition to these amounts, like I say, is that, you know, we've been sweeping all these funds, like they say, and we're just keeping them in a working capital fund for the both the general fund and in the CIP. We're not completing the projects. And on top of that, then now this year, we're going from a $36 million budget to $41 million. So how did we get to that increase when we currently have only used 79% of the current year budget with only a few days? There might be a month off or whatever, but I'm not sure, you know, how much we're going to sweep in once again. Now, this all raises the concern of why were we told that in order to get to the cuts that the mayor asked for, the different scenarios, why are we, you know, telling the people that we're going to have to cut, you know, services or programs or whatever it may be, when obviously these funds, as someone else mentioned earlier, should either be used to reduce the taxes from the next year or to pay off debt. Obviously, all these services and whatever can continue without any cuts to the services or the actual programs from just funds that have continued to be swept. And we can still, at the same time, continue with the emergency reserve fund as well as the general fund of over 40%. You know, I believe that during these financial times, we have high interest, high inflation. Our insurance rates are going up, and condos, many of which we know we have plenty of, are facing special assessments due to the new Florida regulations. People are being burdened financially, and I believe that, you know, it is time for the council to maybe alleviate some of the tax burden from our residents. Now, like I said, you know, we perform accounting gymnastics and, you know, in different scenarios, best, worst, and you know, probable. I think in this case, we can find the way to reduce the budget and still keep all the services utilizing some of these extra reserves that we have kept over the years. Now, I am most concerned about the part of the budget that has not received much scrutiny, which is the CIP 5-year budget. The proposed budget this year is asking for $2.75 million, and we see what that's doing to the tax rate or, you know, the budget. However, for tax years 2025 through 2029, a 5-year period, it is projected to require $56 million from the general fund. Okay, this is in addition to the utilization of the 100 million GO bond that we approved 2 years ago. That was the GO bond that was approved, and it was so urgently needed, and it was whatever. Well, we haven't utilized any of it to this date. So we're going to be told now that for this 56 million, we're going to either have to be taxed for it, or we're going to have to float some more bonds, or or we're going to have to increase the debt cap so that we can meet it. We're going down that road again, and I think people need to be aware of this. I believe that these projects, I'm wrapping up, these projects need to be, scrutinized better through, and costed and cost-benefit analysis. I know, the new stormwater system, we went from 30-something million in the GO bond to over 300 million now. Part of that based on the fact that people said they preferred the water to recede in 4 hours as opposed to 8. Well, I don't know if the cost to make that happen is what the residents of Key Biscayne want. So I believe that, we need to look at these projects more carefully before we go forward so that we're not taxing the residents unaccountably. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Powell.
Steve Powell, 441 Island Drive. Council, I'm glad to see you're digging into these long overdue capital improvement projects, but also not surprised by the chatter from some of the social media personalities in the community who continually mislead, distort facts about staff and the budget process. It was nice to see Dade County property appraiser come out to speak to our residents. He shared a lot of good information. What I thought was most interesting was that the average increase of the 38 municipalities was 12.9%. We were 9.7. The reality is our values are a lot higher, and if anybody knows anything about Florida statute, they could be significantly higher if they enforced the current statutes on the books. With regards to the millage rates, the average of the 38 jurisdictions was negative 0.1%. Basically what you guys are looking at right now. So what's my deduction? Showed me that the proposed millage rate and the way the council was approaching the budget was quite similar to the rest of Dade County, although we still hear the echoes lower, lower, lower. What's interesting is if you look at Key Biscayne's median value per property for a homesteaded property at $720,000 and a non-homesteaded property at just over $800,000. A lot of talk about what ultimately amounts to about $10 or $20 a month lowering the tax rate. Really a lot of talk about a very little bit amount of money. You hear a lot about how fantastic Coral Gables is. Well, their values went up 12%. Their millage rate is 57% higher than ours. What does this really mean when we talk about how swell Coral Gables is? It means if you got a house for the same value here as you do there, you're going to pay a hell of a lot more taxes. And I'm very happy living in Key Biscayne. Talk about paying off the existing debt with cash reserves. This is frankly nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense mathematically. Our outstanding debt costs us below 2%. I think you might hear below 1.5%. You should be taking on as much of that as you can. Unfortunately, we won't be able to. Interest rates are not expected to go down for some time. And we make close to $1 million a year just on our interest on our reserves. Think about how much that funds in the community. Every 4 years, it's enough to replenish the beaches. It's clearly enough to pay the debt service and amortize expansion of the community center. At the current levels, these cash reserves improve municipal bond rating, which helps us borrow cheaper. Fund community government services in the event of a major hurricane. You hear about people complaining about budget surplus. That to me means good management. You want to operate with a budget surplus. If you're not having a budget surplus, it means that you didn't operate correctly from the beginning. So I think there's been very thoughtful management of our budget. You want to, anybody who's owned a successful business wants to build cash reserves for the unforeseens, the things that you can't manage. And that's exactly what you've been doing in this community. For me, the bottom line, Village of Key Biscayne is one of the best run municipalities in Florida. It has one of the lowest tax rates in South Florida. It has one of the lowest crime rates in South Florida. It has an accredited police and fire department. Our staff department heads have tenure.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. And our community center is the centerpiece of life in our community. For those who continually spread falsehoods about the community, maybe this isn't the right community. For me, I'm a proud paying tax member of this community, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Alan Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alan Fine, 525 Allendale Road, Key Biscayne, Florida, Barrier Island resident. I'm speaking on behalf of adopting the full millage rate proposed. I was disappointed in many of the speakers I've heard from tonight who want you to cut the millage rate weren't here at our last budget hearing a couple of weeks ago. At that time, I talked about how I hope that we could have these discussions with kindness and perspective. And I would say, for the most part, the kindness has been there. On the perspective, as I noted there then, and as others have noted today, and as Steve just laid out so clearly, we have to keep our budget in perspective. Yes, indeed, it's just 17% of the total tax bill. And the only comment I heard on that tonight from the other side, frankly, was, so what? It's a big deal, okay? It's a big deal. Can we save more? I don't know. I'd like to spend more. I'd like to have, basketballs with the leather on them in the rec center. Our dedicated Todd, who runs the rec center, would like to have more permanent employees so he doesn't lose 20 out of 30 every other year. So these are the things we need to consider. Yes, 17% is what we're talking about here. Another factor in perspective that I haven't heard about tonight, but I'd like to remind everybody is that the people who keep telling us that we can't afford to keep this island properly prepared are the same ones who told us that we couldn't afford our own fire department. And over the last 15 years, we've actually saved, taxpayers have saved $200 million by setting up the fire department that we supposedly couldn't afford. We don't have an orgy of overspending. I was waiting to hear someone say what it is they wanted to cut, which of the items that the manager was asked to prepare that they agreed should be cut, and the answer was no, we don't want to cut any of those things. So it gets down to the fact, as Steve was pointing out, what they really want was to have some of that money back. It doesn't make any sense to pay back 2% interest on debt when you're earning 5% on the money that's sitting there in reserves. That's good management. Don't be fooled by that nonsense. So I see my light is blinking. I'm getting to my last few seconds. I can't thank you enough. I appreciate everything you've done. Keep kindness in your hearts, keep perspective in your minds, and let's pass the budget, the fully funded budget. Thank you.
Christian Hosford.
Christian Hosford, Key Colony, 151 Crandon Boulevard. First, thank you very much for all of your service. I know what it is like to have a target on your back. At the same time, I would like to share with you a success story that you may not be aware of for all of your work that you do, especially with the budget. For those of you who don't know, for the last year and a half, I have helped develop the Key Biscayne lacrosse community. And with your support, we were able to find a little bit of field space that allowed us to develop a program here in the Key. The program itself existed before the Key and has over 50 players, but I am proud to tell you that 20 of those players are from the Key. And with your help, the success is that 2 of our players that are in the class of 2027 did not have an opportunity to be accepted into private school off of their academics, but due to the work that we did with the club, they were actually able to get athletic scholarships to play lacrosse at 2 of the premier private schools. And it's success stories like that that you don't necessarily hear. And I just wanted to take the moment to say thank you and consider lacrosse as it continues to grow in the Key. We do practice on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We keep it strictly to Key Biscayne residents, on those days. And then on Saturdays, the full group comes. But again, it's a success story that you don't necessarily hear. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and say thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. Melissa White. Jennifer Stearns-Buttrick.
Good evening. Jennifer Stearns-Buttrick, 180 Cape Florida Drive. Thank you for your service to this community. It's much appreciated. And these meetings are long, and you volunteer your time. Thank you also to our staff who works countless hours. Our police chief, we have one of the safest cities in Florida. To Chief Lang, we have one of the best fire rescue services in Florida and probably beyond. We have state-of-the-art public safety. And that state-of-the-art public safety has actually saved us a ton of money. Let's think about this. I want to say, I heard someone say, a lot of people are unhappy. And I'm like, yes, because they're being fed so much disinformation. I mean, sitting here today, it is stunning the mis and disinformation that is being circulated in this community. If you look at best practices in municipal government, Key Biscayne checks off every single item. This is probably one of the best run municipal governments in existence. And there is a group of people trying to convince residents that that's not true. I don't know why. Because we have challenges to face. Our seas are rising. We have to address resiliency. We should be working on these problems together, not fighting over nonsense. Our millage rate and the tables are published. And yes, Key Biscayne has the lowest municipal tax rate in Miami-Dade County. They're published by Miami-Dade. You can look on the websites and get the information. There are 5 or 6 municipalities in Miami-Dade County that have their own fire rescue services. Key Biscayne is one of them. Miami-Dade County provides fire rescue to the other municipality. And for that service, they charge, or last year charged, 2.39 mils. Think about that. If Miami-Dade County was providing fire rescue to us like it does for many other municipalities, we would be paying 2.3 mils just for fire rescue. That alone has saved us over $220 million since we created our own fire rescue. That pays for our resiliency projects, folks, right there. Savings for fire rescue. This is a top-notch municipality. You guys are doing a terrific job. Our staff is doing a terrific job. And by the way, our staff should be well compensated. And those charts that are circulating and people are saying, oh, our governor makes less. You're comparing salaries with complete full benefits. That is not an apples to apples, and it's not a fair comparison. So our staff should be well paid. We're grateful for them. We live in an incredible place, and I think we should all take a moment and recognize that and how fiscally responsible this council has been for years. So thank you. I urge you to pass the budget as proposed by the manager, with the millage rate that's suggested by the manager, and no cuts at all. We need our reserves. We learned valuable lessons with the hurricane that hit the West Coast. We don't want to have to lay off staff. We want to be in a position to fund a bridge in the event that Bear Cut is wiped out, and do it immediately. These are critical issues, and I know you guys are so aware of them, and thank you. Please, there's one other thing I'd like to say. The community passed the GO bond. We want to do resiliency projects. That was a message that was sent loud and clear. We must get the projects done. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Davey.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Mike Davey, 50 Ocean, what? What are you talking? You're talking out of turn, sir. 50 Ocean Lane Drive. Councilmember Vasquez, Councilmember Sardinius, welcome to the jungle. This is what it is for the next 4 years. I'm a relative newcomer to this community. I've only been here about 20 years. This is my 20th budget hearing. But look, we're in outstanding shape as a community. You guys are doing everything right. I know that there's going to be discussions up here about whether we can find some ways to tweak our budget, maybe put things off or redo things, and that's okay. That's what you're supposed to do. You guys are up there to make these decisions for this community, and I get it's hard. I get that you all are, I know how much time all of you have put in, how much time you've spent with the directors, because they've told me. But you guys are working hard at this, and I get it, and I appreciate your work. I've been up there. I know how hard it can be. I know how many people are slamming you from both sides, but you guys, you're doing the right thing. I want you to stay. I think at the levels of service that we have, I want to see the millage stay the same, but I get that there's considerations that people want to reduce it a little bit and find ways to be more efficient. That's great. We have an incredible staff. I mean, you know, we don't talk about our CFO coming on, our manager. I mean, we have people who are Colleen with the grants, the money we are bringing in now. We are in great shape. So keep it going. Don't, just keep moving forward. That's what this community needs. We've got great people up on this dais right now, and I appreciate everything you're doing and everything you're going through. Just keep it up. Let's go. Let's get these things done. All these resiliency projects they're talking about, let's get going on them. Let's move. We just got something passed. This back base study is huge for us.
deal.
So let's get it going, fellas and ladies.
Next speaker, Terry Oliva.
And also Nick is with me.
Yeah, you put us together.
He doesn't count.
Terry Oliva, 300 Galen Drive.
Nick Lopez Jenkins, 550 Ocean Drive. Well, Terry and I are now the co-chairs of the 4th of July Committee, so we wanted to thank you for last year's funding, $30,000. It was well spent for anybody that attended the event. I think we would all agree. So we're looking for a little bit more money this year for $35,000. It is the 65th anniversary of the parade. To give you perspective, I was actually with the organizer of the Coconut Grove Arts Festival. And it was going on and on about it's our 60-year anniversary. I'm like, hey, 60 years? Come on, that was years ago for us. So we're excited. I said, as far as the parade committee is concerned, we invite everybody. We'd love to see this community activism here. We invite everybody. It's open to everybody. You get a free polo shirt. Whenever you come out, it's a great time. If you can't participate on the committee, to participate in the parade or attend it is something that we look forward to. So like I said, we thank the village for the support. We're out there raising funds on our side, T-shirt sales, 4th of July barbecue. So this is a great little public-private partnership that we've had for so many years. I look forward to doing it for more years.
Oh, all right.
And I agree with them. We need
Okay.
more money to celebrate our 60th anniversary.
65th.
65th.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louisa Conway.
Good evening. I know it's been long. Sorry, I was going to actually just sit out and listen like I did at the first budget hearing.
Your address as well.
Oh, sorry, Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon. For me, the budget has, and I've been following the budgets for years. I don't know, this one in particular really, it's frustrating. It was very hard to follow. And I really felt sort of, even with council as well, is from my understanding, also got this budget in September. So all in, it's about 20 days. And personally, I think the administration should have engaged and initiated resident input in June after the trim had been issued by the county. Anyway, I'd like to talk about the one thing that's come up a lot, these surpluses. And, you know, the numbers have been stated. I'll also restate them. I am concerned about these surpluses in the budget. The VKB financial audit in 2021 had revenues exceeding expenditures over $4 million. In 2022, it was over 11 million. This is a troubling trend that VKB is not utilizing the surpluses from the previous year to lower the budget in a subsequent year, and henceforth lower the tax burden on taxpayers, and you've heard all the reasons. I'd also like to take this opportunity to sort of say a big thanks to Councilmember Moss, London, and Kaplan, who over the years have raised the issue, and I've listened to you when I've sat out here, talk about the surpluses and things in the budget that you don't see. And your concerns, in my opinion, are justified. The accumulated surpluses contradict VKB's operating budget policies. It's page 25 of the budget book. And I'm talking about the first budget book, of using taxes to accrue further future revenues. I've never quite understood, as we've sat here each budget cycle and we've listened to this, why it occurs. I'm hoping tonight you all, when you guys are discussing this, and it's getting long and very late, that you will talk to the administration about this. Something does need to be done about this. This is not about good management. And I know that you all know that. You've sat up here for years, you, Frank, you, Ed, and Brett. And of course, everybody else, especially Allison. So My other thing I wanted to turn to is just that in your discussions tonight, as you're talking about finalizing the budget and the millage, please consider some of the suggestions made by your peers. Councilmember Moss's suggestion to possibly increase revenue share for village athletic programs. Councilmember Kaplan's suggestion to credit permeable upgrades by property owners to lower their stormwater fees. And of course, Councilmember London's proposal to lower the budget by $1,350,000 by removing the line item $750,000 for Fernwood, and his suggestion that you consider the cost-efficient alternative of $600,000 of buying 2 new chassis. I think, listening to him on this, and I did actually go do some research, it's a cost-effective option, and it allows the ambulances to extend their lifespan by 10 years, and it doesn't sacrifice the life safety and excellent emergency care services provided to our residents. Lastly, I really want to thank our finance team, especially Ben Nussbaum, for, in my opinion, producing what I felt was an exemplary budget book in 2020. I know some people complained that it was too long, 544 pages, but it is excellent. It details services and functions, graphs, data that allow residents to interpret the information and make informed financial analysis. I just point this out to you because there's a lot of talk that there's division.
Thank you.
I hope that you will all think about producing a budget book that leads to more answers and less questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. This is the most important thing that you guys do here. That along with hiring the manager. And I really appreciate you taking your time and effort and volunteering for something that I still ask myself, why did I do it? But I think you all ask yourselves that every so often, and you come down with the same answers. Somebody's got to do it, and you guys are doing a great job. I'm glad that my good friend George went before me because I was going to steal some of his thunder, and he wrote a really nice piece in one of our local papers, and he talked about his approach when he was a council member. He was a council member for 8 years. What criteria he would use to evaluate the proposed budget. And he said, first, does it maintain and protect our current assets? You got to ask yourself that every time, okay? Second, does it strive to improve the level of service provided to us by our government? Very important. And third, does it prepare us for the future? Those 3 things are very, very, very important, and I thought it was a great thing for you to have summarized it that way. The rest of the article was just as good, but these 3 things really stood out for me. I think you guys did a magnificent job in hiring the manager that we hired. This is when he works. This is what he does. This is his biggest responsibility in front of you. You don't like the manager, then switch him. But you hired him. I happen to think he's a magnificent manager. We need to listen to some of the stuff he says. This is the time to do that. And just as important to that is our financial CFO, who I just, tickled to death that he's still working for us, and I hope he's going to be here for a long time. I had a back and forth with him this past week because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything with regards to reserves. Reserves are the most important thing. Nobody talks about the reserves. The reserves are the most important thing that you guys can talk about. Why? Because we are one big storm away from being bankrupt. Okay? So every time you talk about, no, let's pay this off and let's get rid of this money and let's not raise taxes because then we can take it from the reserves. That's just crazy talk, okay? We are one big storm away from being in really bad trouble. And all those reserves are making us a whole lot of money, okay? Think of it that way, all right? So please remember that, the reserves are probably the most, underrated thing that you guys don't talk about. So thank you very much for all you do. You're going to be here late today, but hey, it wasn't bad. So, I thought it was a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Let's take a bathroom break for 5 minutes and come back and we'll continue.
Hey, Joe.
Bring back the But go look at all the other ones.
How are you?
Oh, what a beautiful house.
No. What happened? We received a lot of the art funds. We took that money and put it into one-time project. So it came in as a revenue. That's why it looks like there's this, oh, the village had 11 million. We did not have 11 million. Yeah. Most of that was art. We transferred the CIP. So you see it right under that Millage Resolution. It says transfer out to CIP, 10 something. So it wasn't bad. Obviously, clear. So you guys can see checks.
what I have. I have a key card. And it's, that's the way to go.
He can see. So he can see, because Fausto doesn't believe me. Total millage rate, keep a scale. Who's lower?
Hey, all right, let's get it. Let's get back. Much needed.
This is the non-citizen seat. This is the least citizen-y seat.
Okay, we're back. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish talking about the budget, set the millage rate, and then go home. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Let's, Mr. Manager and the CFO, let's address some general points that I think that we need to make so that everybody becomes on the same page. I've heard a lot of things that we just need to put them in their right order. So if you could address some of those that were discussed here by our residents.
Certainly will, Mr. Mayor. And I think what I heard most frequently is talking about a reserve policy and our reserve practice, and I'll ask the CFO to talk about that. Also, our surplus policy and our surplus practice, and also our CIP rollover status and how we're moving from last year to this year. Obviously heard the importance of our community programs and events, and that's something that we all cherish and think are very special in this community and want to continue to support. And lastly, I don't know if I heard this specifically, but I kind of am inferring this, is that perhaps we want to do a community budget workshop between our workshop in June and the budget hearings in September next year. When we do that, we'll have to figure that out. Obviously, July, August is a difficult period with people being here, but maybe there's a time during the summertime that we can go over the budget specifically with the community.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, Mr. CFO, will you kind of walk us through our reserve policy and actually how our practice and how we implement it?
Sure. So on the reserves, as you mentioned, both at the budget workshop and at the first budget hearing, the manager and I have targeted a 40% reserve of operating expenditures. And the purpose of those reserves is obviously for economic downturns, for unexpected expenses. We live in a barrier island. We know GFOA best practices, what they recommend, but obviously we think because of our geographical challenges here that we should go above and beyond that. With those reserves, they are not sitting idle. Those reserves are accruing interest. They're not in any exotic investments where we risk losing principal. They're in basic money market accounts. Those money market accounts currently to date are yielding 5.5%. Now, there's a lot of talk about using those reserves to pay off debt early. The majority of our debt is at 1.2%. So very clearly, the 5.5% in interest that we're earning is well beyond that 1.2 of the existing debt. We will probably not be able to borrow at those rates ever again. I don't want to pay those off any faster than we have to. The other thing, because we are municipal government, we do not pay taxes.
And by the way, what's our debt service?
Is $1.3 million annually.
Okay.
So about 3% of our budget, well below best practices and what you see in other municipalities. And that 5.5% that we earn, since we're a municipality, municipal governments don't pay taxes. So that 5.5%, the entire amount we keep. So it's really the difference between 5.5% and 1.2%. I heard in public comment that our reserves at the end of fiscal year 2022 were already above that 50% target. That information, that statement lacked a few important pieces of information. That included restricted building fund reserves, which can only be used to carry out the Florida Building Code. Those cannot be used for general purposes or for emergency purposes. It also included $2 million, which is a non-spendable, which the very next day, October 1st, our fiscal year ends September 30th, the very next day on October 1st is when our bond payments were due that year. So it looked like an inflated number when I knew the next day we had to make those bond payments. So that's why you heard that we were already well past those reserves. We're not. I think we're very clear in the first meeting where we are with our reserves. We're about 50%, and that's where the manager and I feel comfortable. And for those reasons I stated earlier, why we think that's the correct target and that they're not sitting idle. They are producing interest income, which then in turn helps us lower the millage rate.
Okay, so again, the debt that we have is, the majority of it is at 1.2% interest rate. Is that correct?
Correct. And I say the majority. The other one is a small loan we took for a fire engine. I think it's about 1.75. So both are below 2%.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, it doesn't make sense to pay down debt at the point where you have an interest rate on the books today of 1.2%.
Correct.
Okay.
Benjamin, can you walk me through reserves? What do you see reserves useful for? Using best practices or possible other events that have happened in other municipalities?
Sure. So reserves, as I mentioned, at 50% basically fund your operations for 6 months. So if we are hit with a catastrophic storm, which kind of happened to the west coast of Florida, we're able to run and operate this government for 6 months. Now everyone will say, well, don't you get reimbursed by FEMA? Yes, that's true. However, we've seen FEMA reimbursements, even from Irma, take 3 to 5, even some cities 7 years now.
Make that 10. Wilma was 10.
And Wilma was 10 years. So the reality is we're not going to get that funding that quickly. The other thing that happened on the West Coast is they lost considerable amount of property values. When you come that next year to do your millage and you lost all your property values, you're talking about a steep increase in the millage rate to be able to run your government. So we feel comfortable, when I talk about 50%, that really represents 6 months of operating expenditures should that storm hit.
So we talk about not getting revenue. Majority of your revenue, or what percentage of your revenue is ad valorem taxes?
70%.
When is that usually? Can you usually get that between November?
Beginning of the fiscal year, so the majority of key sustainers pay with the discounts.
It's not the hurricane season. So a big storm is usually going to happen between June and November. So I don't see how that affects me having the money to operate the village.
Yeah, so after speaking with a lot of city managers on the West Coast, they all mention it's the second year where you feel that impact.
The other thing you talk about, the values go down. I really believe our values would go up if we had a bad storm. Why? We have about, we'll say, 400 or more low-level homes, low-level being relation to the, I'm sorry, to the basic flood criteria. So those homes would be devastated. It would be a major storm. The houses would be knocked down. The odds are those people will sell. What happens then? Those houses have a taxable because the homestead. We'll say $300,000 or $400,000. Now all of a sudden they're $2 million. So a huge, forget about homestead, huge increase in value when you have a storm. Not decrease, huge increase. And then when they build the homes on those land, it gets even higher. So I don't see, don't get me wrong, we definitely have to have reserves. The question is, what is the proper amount to have reserves? Just using a percentage, I don't think is the right way to do it. I think we set up reserve for hurricanes at $4 million. I think, what was the other name of the hurricane we had?
It was Irma, Wilma,
It cost
Katrina.
about $1 million. We didn't get it back right away. We recovered almost all of it from FEMA, okay? So we didn't lose anything on that. Yes, it would take 2 years to get it back.
It was 2.5
Yeah,
years, something like
to
that.
get it back. So really, we thought the $4 million was more than adequate. The question is, when you set it as a percentage, it keeps getting higher each year. As our budget gets higher, but does it really the need get higher? Is it proportionate? I'm just saying that, and you know what, we're not gonna settle this tonight, because I think it's a bit high, but what's the right number? I can't tell you the right number.
Right.
To keep growing it, is that good management practice? No, that's not good management practice. Good management is when you budget accurately, and then you work to that budget. Not when you over budget and everybody looks good, because you're always gonna have a big slush fund. And that's what we have year after year. And that's been a history here. And that's one of the things that bothers me. Not providing services, providing efficiently and having control. And you as a manager should want to have budgets properly so you can see what your staff and your directors and your departments are doing. Now, of course, you can't be criticized because, hey, look, we have surpluses. Of course we have surplus because they over budget to start with. So to me, the budgeting tool is two things. One, it's to determine how much it costs to operate the business. But two, it's a management tool to see during the period of time that you're managing how we're performing. And as far as reserves go, I think we should take a real deep look at that, and not tonight, and say how much do we really need? And maybe and the other thing you're really saying is that we should, don't get me wrong, I love the arbitrage between the 1.3 and the 5.5%. I would never ever think of paying off the debt. That's crazy. But I'm sorry, my voice. Please forgive me. I'll stop right now.
Quick,
Save for later. Sorry.
sorry, make a quick question.
Yeah, before we get off, can you answer, is there a systematic way that you over budget every year? How's that work?
So there are a few things that could lead to surpluses. Obviously, the state requires, when we set the trim rules, the truth and millage Florida state statutes, that we budget no less than 95% of the ad valorem revenues. And the reason we do that is there's a 4% discount available to residents should they pay their tax bill in November. Proud to use this as a public service announcement to everyone watching in Key Biscayne. Pay the tax bill early. By saving 1% a month, that's 12% in a year. It's much better than. That's right. It's good financial practice.
So when people are smart on Key Biscayne and get the 4% discount, it hurts us.
The village gets less.
Okay.
I would love for them to pay.
All right.
The other 1% is an allowance that's used for the Value Adjustment Board. So people can go to the VAB to contest the valuation that the property appraiser gives to their property. So we monitor what kind of value is lost at the VAB board. And there are some years that we lose over 1% of that value. Generally, it hovers around 0.8, 0.9%. It's something that we monitor closely. So that 5% is already budgeted in. Additionally, our practice on expenditures is to budget our positions fully loaded, fully staffed. The reality of the fact is no one can anticipate now in September if one of our employees leave and there's a vacancy and it takes time to fill them. A lot of times that can lead to expenditures coming in under budget. Additionally, how we budget revenues conservatively. You know, it was here after the pandemic when we saw revenues dip. When we talk about some of the intergovernmental sales tax in March, April of 2020, we were receiving well under budget. As we started making that budget for 2021, we were being very conservative. We didn't know the economy was going to bounce back as fast as it did. So conservative revenue estimating also could lead to budget surpluses.
CFO, let me tell you, I think that there's a misconception out there in the budget book. When you have throughout the different departments, it says fiscal year 2023 actual, it really isn't a 12 months estimation. So when people say, well, you're budgeting more than what you spent, that's not accurate. Can you elaborate on that?
Correct. So these budget books are produced months in advance. So the data that we have there is through 10 months of data, of actuals. The other challenge that we have is a lot of our revenues is on a 2 to 3 month lag. It frustrates me as well. We get a lot of our revenue from Department of Revenue, the state, from Miami-Dade County through intergovernmental agreements, and there's a 2 to 3 month lag. So we might receive money now in July, month 10, and it was from 3 months before. So a lot of it looks like we're well below where we should be at this point. And that's probably why it's a little misleading when I've heard the comments say, hey, we're only showing 10 months of data. It's nowhere near where the budgeted amount is, and yet they're asking for more. That's why that happens.
Hold on, I start on this side here while you're coughing away over there. All right.
Thank you.
Fernando.
Just a quick question for my edification as well as some of the public. There were some discussions about rolling over the surplus. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so if there's a surplus, and a great example of this is we did this 3 times last year. Our village code requires, by ordinance, so 2 readings, we come before the council and discuss what we're going to do with the surplus. So last year we made 3 budget amendments where we carried forward the surplus and we identified certain capital projects. So if there's a surplus at the end of this year, we will do the same. It'll be a transparent process. We'll talk exactly what the surplus is, and we'll go up to the council to make a decision whether we want to allocate that to capital projects, whether we want to add it to reserves, but it'll be for the council to decide. And we'll provide recommendations.
Brett?
Benjamin, can you tell us at what accuracy year after year typically are we from our expenses budgeted to what we end up actual?
Generally 3%. You really got to look at some of the years in context of the story of what happened. I've been here when we went through manager searches where maybe some of the capital projects or operations got delayed where we didn't make big decisions. But generally, historically, within 3%.
So we're 97% accurate in what we put as our budgeted expense to what we actually pay, and that extra 3% is usually the surplus of what wasn't paid and it goes in.
Generally.
The additional that somebody brought up that there was a much different disparity. Is that because of the grants and things that we're bringing in additional? And manager, how much grants have you brought in the last year for us?
I'm not sure it was me, but my staff brought in about
Your
$12 million.
So we brought in an additional $12 million into it, and that's why you see a much larger, I think it's like 11% or something, disparity. It's not that we're over budgeting, it's that we're actually bringing outside money in, but we can't budget that in front, and we're still coming in at a 97% accuracy in that, correct?
Correct. Yeah, what I heard in public comment was we had $11 million revenues in excess of expenditures. While true, the very next line said transfer to CIP for that $11 million. So it shows exactly where it went. Those grants are used to fund the capital projects.
Thank you.
And since some granular small amounts were talked about, there is also an outlier in some staffing, right? So we budget for full staffing, don't necessarily have full staffing throughout the entire year, and that could create a surplus as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think the transfer to CIP looked like it was extra money, so it went there. And what I'm hearing you say that perhaps people would benefit from is that was the receipt of grants that hadn't been budgeted for because we couldn't guarantee we were getting them. We received $11 million in other people's money that we put to specific capital projects. So then it was transferred into CIP. Thank you.
Correct.
The takeaway, the detail on the use of reserves that I thought was important in your moment ago report is that the impact is felt in the second year. The point that Ed raised is true, that the revenue front-end load that's ad valorem is already in the bank. But it's the later, lagging effect that we're trying to budget and reserve to protect against. That's a correct statement?
Correct.
The other thing that I think is self-evident but is worthy of comment because of many of the comments tonight, the application of budgeted surplus does reduce taxes because the amount that's carried forward and applied to either projects or expenses obviates the need to tax for that same amount of money, right?
Correct.
Before you leave, there were a couple of points that I think we also want to speak to. One is the premise, I think, of zero-based budgeting is, practically speaking, what I think we do. And it'd be good to speak to that, I think. And budgeting to actual, you spoke a moment ago, but maybe a little bit of elaboration on the art and science of trying to do so with the multiple expense variables and the issue about availability of grants, maybe, but not necessarily, and our greater success in actually leveraging other people's money now, which in a way makes this a lot easier to contend with ultimately, but harder to predict perhaps. I wonder if you could speak to those points.
Yeah, so the art of revenue forecasting is difficult. We prepare a budget starting in June, and we're projecting a year out starting in October. So we're talking sometimes 15, 16 months. As good as I am, looking at trends and forecasting is a challenging task, and we err on the side of conservatism because you don't want to under budget revenues and then have expenditures exceed them. It would be irresponsible of the government to do so. When you're talking about the grants as well, conservative, we can't anticipate getting a grant that we're not sure that we're going to receive. So just already count it in the bag before it happens would be irresponsible as well. On the expenditure side, just tonight, if you approve the budget, a lot of these expenditures still need to come back to council through a resolution, through an ordinance. And during that process, through a resolution, we go out to RFP. We solicit these items for bid. We are hoping that we get better pricing than what's budgeted by having that competition, and we can bring you lower prices. That could lead to a surplus. But still good practices, it means Key Biscayne paid less for good quality services. So those are safeguards. There's budget authority, and then there's that purchase authority where we then have to bring these items back to council for discussion when they're well vetted, and you can see the procurement process involved as well.
Two other questions that
Sure.
occurred to me. I'm sorry,
No.
I meant to include these. If you could speak just to a moment, for a moment, about the positive impact on our bond rating that correlates with reserve practice. And secondly, lots of commentary, not just tonight, but forever, about how we plan and budget for capital projects, especially the sequencing of planning versus doing, and at the same time, the need to budget to plan to be able to do.
So on the first question about debt rating agencies, both S&P Moody's look very closely at our reserves and at our financials. About 1/3 of the score is based on our financials. I'm proud to announce we're rated AA plus and AA, which is one tier below the top for both of them. After speaking with the rating agencies, we will never be top tier just because of our geography. So we're as high as we can be. They look at the financial trends to say, are you using reserves to artificially keep your millage rate low? That's not a sustainable practice. They will ding you for doing activities like that. They look at your financial policies. They look at your reserve policies. Are you adhering to those policies? They look back 5 years to project those out. So I'm proud to announce we're as high as we could be, and I'd like to maintain those ratings with those agencies because we know we probably have some substantial borrowing to do in the village's future, and I'd like to be able to borrow at the lowest rates possible. On the second question about budgeting for capital projects, yes, capital projects, and the reason we do a 5-year plan are a lot of capital projects cannot be done in 1 year. There's planning phase, design phase, construction phase, and we need to show the full cost of that project. So you might only see the planning stage in the fiscal year 24 budget, but we want to be very clear and transparent that that's not the full cost of the project. So we show it in its entirety. That also helps us when we apply for grants. If you apply for a grant and you haven't shown that granting agency that you've budgeted for this expenditure, you've got a 0% chance of getting it. So that's obviously a requirement as well. Any other capital projects? All right.
I'd like to just add a friendly amendment on that,
Sure.
on the capital budget. I'm definitely one to have a healthy capital budget. I think it probably would make sense maybe to establish it with timelines so we know, so folks know when we're going to be doing the planning side, the design, the construction, the bidding, because I think that's what we may not be capturing when we look at the budget from an itemized perspective. I think that a good graphic defining when we anticipate these projects to meet the respective milestones, I think that would help.
So I will mention now that on our financial transparency portal, ClearGov, there's a whole section on capital projects. And if you click on that, you can see a picture of the project, the location of it, the scope of the project, the timeline, and the budget. So all the kind of information that you thought. It's an interactive tool available real time. Council, residents, any stakeholders can get a real time view of exactly that.
but is everybody aware of that? I mean, that's a
We
great
will do our
tool.
best to get it out there. to
Yeah,
make
just
sure.
let's make
I think
everybody.
another tool that we have too, in every council meeting, in the back of the book, we have a status of our capital plan. And
Yeah.
Yes, face
Okay.
by face. Yeah.
Let's just make sure that, it just doesn't seem to me like everybody was aware of it, so just kind of.
That's why we want to make sure we get it
Yeah.
out. We do have a website. We also have every council meeting in the back there's an update on the capital plan.
And just to revisit the grants we've been able to enjoy, because they're not necessarily planned and we don't know how big those grants are going to be, and every single one of those grants are some level of revenue share or grant share to obtain that grant. Correct? Sometimes.
Yeah, the majority of the time, yeah.
Okay, and that money comes from, is that useful? Is the reserve useful for that as well?
Oh, well, so we budget in the capital project our share of it. If it's one of those shares.
If you know what you're applying for.
Yeah, we will put our portion of it to demonstrate to the agency that, yes, we're going to put our money forward to it as well.
Okay. You were going down the list.
Yeah, so what we like to do, and if there's no other further question for Benjamin on the reserves or surplus or any other things related to him, I'd like to bring up Colleen to go over step by step each one of our capital projects and why we're rolling them over from next year, and how sometimes not all projects neatly fit into a 12-month period.
Can we ask Benjamin one more thing before he sits down? Can you explain to people who are homesteaded versus non-homesteaded and how the millage is going to affect them with a 3% increase cap?
Sure. So if you're homesteaded, there's a limit in the increase of assessed value, and it's the lesser of CPI or 3%. So CPI, obviously, the inflation was a lot higher, so we go back to the 3%. So if you're homesteaded, which is, I know I've heard the stats, a third of the value, it's actually 40% in quantity of the residents. So 40% of the homes here are homesteaded. Their assessed value can only go up 3%. So in this budget where we have slightly lowered the millage, they're probably paying about 2.9% more than they did last year.
Thank you.
Sure.
Colleen.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, Colleen Blank, Capital Program Manager. I'm going to go to the spreadsheet.
So, Colleen, the question of the night is, why can't you get everything done in 12 months?
12. Thought it was 6.
I think I'll hone in a little more specifically on this column on the left, the rollover. It's not terribly legible on the screen, but I'll go through each one of these.
Before you do it, can I just say one thing? It was mentioned that we have 31 projects. Can you clarify how many are projects? Many of these are purchases. A lot of these are planning. Some are other agencies doing stuff. So I don't think there's 31 projects, construction projects going on at one time, correct?
True, not all projects are created equal from a time and a management standpoint at all. So, for example, we'll start with the first one. It's just the Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program. It's the Black and Beach contract that we just got started with. So that's obviously rolling over, and that's a significant amount of money. K8 is still under design, so we're rolling some funding over to continue that project. The USACE Back Bay and Beach Visibility Study, this relates to the special council meeting that happened before the budget hearing started with the interlocal agreement with the county and the CSRM program. $750,000 is a good portion of our local match, and that does go a very long way to show that we've pledged that amount for that feasibility study in our capital program. We're planning on renourishing the beach and dunes based off of the damages we sustained on our ocean side from Nicole this past year, so that rollover funding's going towards that. The monitored beach and dunes is the annual monitoring we have to do to maintain the permit associated with that renourishment. So it's an ongoing thing. There's constantly, permitting processes that we go through to make sure that we're allowed to renourish the beach, and we keep current on that.
And that beach renourishment, you could do it at any time of the year?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll clarify.
Okay.
So the timing for the beach renourishment is that we have to do it before turtle season and kind of outside of the hurricane season. So we're trying to fit it in between January and March or April to avoid that timeline. We are currently in the process of going through the immediate flood control and mitigation projects. I think we've made some great headway. And that's still ongoing. That'll continue through December or so of next year, so that funding's rolling. The next one is our match for an HMGP grant to procure 2 pump station generators for Ocean Lane Drive and East Enid. So when those pumps fail, there's no backup power.
Great.
And we need that because there's some serious flooding in both of those locations. The test stormwater quality improvement technologies, that's the SOP Technologies and AbTech project that's continuing. Our local match portion that we haven't paid yet is a part of that. And then the granting agencies portion is on the other side of that spreadsheet. Install security and surveillance systems. We have another phase that we're completing with the 98,000, and then the 150 is to start the next phase of that project. The Improve Crandon Boulevard, there's constantly work to be done on Crandon Boulevard, and we're constantly doing work related to that. So the 200,000 is to continue that work. $100,000 for the Commodore Club Beach Access Path. I think we all expected the timeline of that agreement to be a little bit faster, but it hasn't yet, so we haven't been able to start that project. Still means that we want to do it, so we'll do that next year. The $40,000.
So was that delayed by us?
No.
Oh.
No,
okay.
it's an agreement that has to go through the channels of attorneys and
It's going back and forth between
Yeah.
attorneys right now. Right. Back and
it's
forth.
just a process that took longer than expected. No one's at fault, really. The basketball systems need to be replaced at the community center. We've already gone through the procurement process. They should be installed in the next month or so. The $273,000 for St. Agnes lighting, that's a project that's continuing from last year, and the lighting should be taken care of the next month or so. I think Todd can speak more about that if you're interested. The $87,500 for the under 5 playground, that's rolling over because the grant that we applied for isn't going to come to us until the next fiscal year, and we cannot start that project until we get the grant and a notice to proceed from FDEP. So that's waiting. Beach Park, we've completed the design. We're in permitting right now. It should wrap up in like a month or so, and depending on the budget decisions happening tonight, we'll make a decision on how we want to proceed with bidding out for construction. So that's what that money's for. The $75,000 for the K-8 school outdoor athletic facilities, that's currently with the school board in terms of making a decision on how we want to proceed, but it's not technically our property. We just have an agreement with them to maintain and repair.
Okay, so we're doing a project, but it's up to the school system to let us do
They have to
what
give
we
us
want to
permission,
do.
essentially. They have to okay it.
Right.
So that's
And they
waiting.
want to use their own vendor, right? Is that it?
I'm not familiar.
We're not sure yet. That's part of the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 105 for the fleet vehicles is because there's been so many delays in receiving vehicles, and we don't make those payments until we receive them. So there's some vehicles that we were supposed to receive in this current fiscal year, but we're not going to get them until next fiscal year.
Was that the police that you mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah. Renovate fire station women's locker room. That process has gone through a lengthy procurement process, but we're currently in design with the vendor, so they're finishing up design in the next month or so, and then we'll be able to complete that project. That's another one that just got a little bit delayed, but we're currently working on it, and it's underway. The $45,000 for the community center roof. I think some of you may be aware that there's leaks in the roof. Finding those leaks is difficult. We've done a first phase of that with our superintendent. And he wants to do a second phase to get a little deeper and maybe plug some of those gaps for us. That's what that 45 is for. And then finally, the Civic Center wayfinding and signage is currently in procurement. And I think we may have even selected a vendor. I'm not positive, but we are working on that, and that should be completed in the next couple months as well. So a lot of these projects aren't rolling over because they haven't been started yet. There's a lot that have already been taking place. A lot of them are concluding before the holidays. At least that's the plan. So I think that probably provides a little bit of clarity on that amount.
Thank you. We'll go here and then there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to talk a little bit about the K-8, and I know that we've budgeted primarily for design. Yet, the expectation, of this council is to get going with construction as quickly as we can. We had a great meeting the other day with the manager and the consultant, and I think there may be an opportunity here to advance construction. This may go, obviously trying to bring some of this 2025 dollars in and advance some of the potential construction that we got going. We know what size pipes we need. We know what pump station we're going to need, and perhaps utilizing, our program manager to help us take things off the critical path and get them going and get them built. I think this is a great opportunity for us to do so. I'm a little concerned that, perfection may get in the way of success, as I mentioned, and we have a great opportunity right now to look at this and sort of stagger it and see if we can get construction going this year. And I encourage staff, manager, obviously, to take a look at that and that opportunity. This would be talking about bringing some of those 2025 dollars into 2024 for construction, because right now you got them budgeted for 2025. Am I correct?
So the way that would work is we wouldn't really be bringing future dollars into 2024 because future dollars don't exist yet.
Right.
So I would assume if you wanted to continue or start construction sooner, depending on if that works within the K-8 program implementation, there would be a decision to be made by council about bringing funding from a different source, like maybe it's reserves, maybe it's the stormwater fund, whatever is needed to meet that cost to start early would happen at the Diaz in an ordinance with 2 readings.
Yeah, I would just hate to get to a point that we get to the final and people don't see construction. And one of the biggest things today was, we want to see this capital budget working. Yeah. And I think, this is just offering an opportunity to think about it that way. Maybe.
Oh, and another thing that when Benjamin was up there talking to us is an opportunity, if the time arises and and everything works out, this is also an opportunity to use that, if there's surplus funding in FY23, that's something we could roll forward as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Brett.
Yeah, I just had a question. There was a comment about the telehandler forklift, and I know I called staff today, and you guys are telling me that you use it all the time, and it's something that we really need. Can you guys talk a little bit about that and why it's important to make that purchase?
I'm going to call up our Public Works Director, Cairo Kangas, to give you a little bit more detail on that.
Mr. Mayor, Council. So the telehandler is a piece of equipment that we do use fairly often. A good example is just recently we had a stormwater wet well pump housing that we sent out to be refurbished, delivered to us, and we use the telehandler to move it into the Public Works garage. It's just something that we constantly have to use. For example, another example would be if bleachers need to be moved, we can quickly go and get it done. The alternative is waiting, and sometimes vendors can be a little iffy, and we wouldn't be able to get stuff done as quickly as we can with a telehandler.
Oh, because we use it too significantly. A lot of our large shipments, we have to unload from a truck. We use a telehandler. Every special event when we close the street, we move all those water barricades with it. So like you said, when we move the bleachers, so it's crucial to our operation as well, and it's a piece of equipment that they maintain but we share.
So what's wrong with the one that we have now?
It doesn't hold for us, the main issue's been, well, it's rusting, and it doesn't hold hydraulic pressure, so when we're lifting something, the operator is constantly pulling back to keep it up when he should be now concentrating on driving safely and operating the equipment safely.
Sounds like a safety issue.
You have a leaky seal, in other words.
What was that?
You have a leaky seal.
It's rusted through.
Well, we had a company come and look at it and see what was wrong with it, and the repairs far exceeded the 50% value of the equipment. It's not just a leaky seal, it's also the arm is rusting, and the controller, what we do call a joystick, is also non-functional, well, as good as it should. So it does present a safety issue at the moment, which is why we currently operate it at less capacity than it would normally operate at.
What do we do to protect a new one?
Yeah.
So this doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
What was that?
What do we do to protect it so that doesn't happen again? Is there better maintenance that we can be giving this thing?
Yeah, going forward, I think the best way to make sure that we don't have the same situation occur is maintaining it more regularly.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's maybe a system that's anti-rust type where you have to open it up, spray it, grease it down to
Right.
continue to, so it doesn't rust over time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
How long did we
maintenance.
have the old one for?
The old one, I believe we've had it for 10 years, has it been?
That's what I've heard.
It's about approximately 10 years. Yeah.
We do have a maintenance contract that we're gonna bring into the equation when we buy a new one, so there'll be.
That was, and we did not have a maintenance with the old one. We just had it parked out there and it kind of just.
I don't know the specifics,
Yeah,
but if we
before
did,
the
it wouldn't be for the whole amount up to now.
Okay.
It would probably be for 5 years or 6 years. That's what's typical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
Brett brought up the, one of the comments that came up, the forklift. Another one is the timing of the fire rescue trucks and managing the payment relative to delivery. The suggestion had been made that if it's projected that the delivery won't occur until next year, is it possible to sequence those payments and not have to outlay $1.2 million? I think we've heard the answer previously, which is, sort of to get in the queue and get the thing done, you've got to demonstrate the capacity to pay the bill. But I think it'd be good to let the public know what the answer is.
Yeah, so the vendor's going to require a purchase order, which is a commitment from the village to buy those trucks that they're going to outfit for us. If they don't get that level of commitment, we could be in jeopardy of losing those trucks to another one of their customers. It also locks in the fiscal year 23 when we did the letter of intent pricing as well. And if I've learned anything about fire trucks in the last few years, they're kind of increasing beyond what regular inflation is. So.
I guess that segues, the gentleman that stood up and handed the one-page sheet of easy savings that will not result in the loss of anything. Several of his suggestions were to reduce the procurement by either one vehicle or, two vehicles, one for police and one for fire. I think the response to that is that that's not consistent or tenable if we're going to maintain the level of service that we achieve to maintain.
Yeah, I think all it did was just defer the purchase to a future year. It didn't save.
And just to follow up on that, what's our policy for the vehicles?
Yeah, so we, in 2019, we adopted a resolution for our fleet policy. And depending on the type of vehicle, whether it's a police car, a fire rescue, an engine, there's a schedule we adhere to, which has been best practices. So I know, for instance, the police car is 7 years or 100,000 miles. And we were sensitive with that. We obviously took Key Biscayne into consideration, knowing that our vehicles are probably have less miles than some of the other municipalities. So we factored all that in when we made that policy. It also, in talking with the vendor who makes these fire engines, the new ones are also geared to do exactly kind of as Councilmember London had recommended, to remove the boxes from the chassis. So he actually mentioned you could do it twice at each 7-year interval and last 15 to 20 years. So it's actually planned to do exactly as you had recommended.
So therefore, there's no reason to buy new fire ambulances now. We could buy the chassis and move the boxes and save $800,000.
That's not what I said. I said the ones we'd be buying.
Sure sounded that way.
No, I said.
Even though I've been told I'm irresponsible, I don't care about service, even though looking around, I'm probably the one who's going to ride it before anybody else does. So obviously I do care. But I think it's ridiculous waste of money. But I understand you've been doing a great job convincing all the council members that it's a good expenditure. Well, we differ.
The answer was presented at the last meeting. The nature of the so-called boxes has materially and substantively changed. The point about stabilization while the vehicle is moving and a patient is being attended to by medical personnel, by paramedics, I think was the answer.
Yeah, we're getting, exactly. We had air suspension before, and now the new ones you told me are hydraulic suspensions, which will be the same thing. In other words, it has nothing to do with the box.
No, it was more than that. Anyway, I'm sure that Eric can speak to that.
So the new ones are designed specifically to be able to be transferred and work onto a new chassis. So
correct, and he mentioned not just once, but twice. So if you did the first one at 7 years, and the next one at 7 years, you're talking about a 20-year life, so long as other safety requirements haven't changed.
Can we call this the London plan?
Yeah, he should feel validated that now the fire engine industry is taking exactly his recommendation.
Standard is a heavy-duty truck diesel doesn't need an overhaul of 500,000 miles. We have between, what, 50-some thousand on one, 60 on the other. The difference is we do more cycles because we have short trips, so we start and stop. That definitely affects longevity. But there's no reason why we have the problems except poor maintenance by the people who are servicing them.
Just keep it for another 24 years, is that it?
The box, yeah.
Everything.
No, not the chassis. The box, yeah.
One lesson from all of this, and it applies to a great many things actually, is just maintenance. I think one of the lessons learned is
this is beyond our control.
Put maintenance as a higher level of priority to get it right on the front end so that there's less problems on the back end.
And I think that's a common theme, if you look throughout our operational budget, is the commitment to repairs and maintenance. I think we've, the manager came in and identified, for instance, these facilities are all about 20 years old and they've lacked kind of that maintenance schedule, or we benefited from the fact that they were newer buildings that didn't need the same kind of maintenance. So a lot of the substantial increases in the O&M budget has to deal exactly with providing a maintenance schedule and really adhering to it.
My understanding that these new trucks will be the same brand that the city of Miami is using, which is maintaining our vehicles as well. So will that improve the quality of maintenance on these trucks if we have the same trucks that they're used to maintaining every single day?
Thank you for your support, sir. Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. In short, we talked to Miami today, and their shop is trying to go to a Freightliner chassis. They're trying to get a Cummins engine, and they're trying to get an Allison transmission on a Braun box. And that's their plan, and I think it's critical that we fall in line with their plan, because if we're running some other equipment, it's gonna be more time out of service, and it will cost us more money because, and if it doesn't cost us more money, it's gonna be more time out of service. And and this is about efficiency and really strategic thinking. And as the CFO just said, we're talking about a long-term plan, and Miami's plan is to remount this generation of boxes.
I agree with Eric completely.
And what's the threat when we have these out of service? Because I'm guessing that if you have a multiple call that occurs, we're down one truck and we can only get to two, so people have to wait till an ambulance comes from, or fire rescue comes from Brickell to get to you, right?
So as you know, we have two frontline trucks. Those are from 2012. And we have one truck that was our spare, which was from 2006. So the option is to take our newer trucks. They're not so new anymore. So we average about, in 2022, one truck was out of service 35% of the time. The other truck was out of service almost 44% of the time. It's hard for us to keep two of our own trucks running. When our trucks aren't responding from here, we end up getting a spare from Miami or somewhere else potentially. And they're not, unfortunately, they're not the best trucks. They're their spare trucks. And we actually had a fire in one of the spare trucks that we had. We couldn't respond to a call. And so, one of the things that I found actually in this very cool book here, and Dick Cromartie, who many of you remember, the Post is named after him. He was the chairman of a committee about research and fire rescue. In 1991, he made a quote to the trustees, and he said that our expectation is to maintain the level of service to this village. This is in 1991. And so that's all we're trying to do. We're just trying to maintain our level of service.
Eric, you should mention one thing. The truck that we have is international. The major device, well, diesel has a problem with exhaust. So there's a device on the truck which, to make it simple, sterilizes the exhaust before it comes out. This exhaust gas device. And that is a major problem he has with all the existing trucks. Now, one of the reasons it's been out of service is because that, according to you, that's your number one when you went to look at it. You shouldn't have this problem with the new trucks. So it should be much more reliable.
With an all new truck or
All
remount?
new Freightliner trucks, yes.
Okay.
But they've improved the devices over the years.
And has there been any issues with remounting a box on a truck that's not meant to be remounted?
I have heard of a number of issues. The question that I've asked to local fleet managers, other fire chiefs, I've talked to other manufacturers, and they have had problems. There is a story about an accident that occurred where both the responders and the medics and the patient in the back were hurt, where there was a problem with the mount. The other problem that I've heard from other departments is there's always gremlins in these trucks. The quality of the build of the garage, basically, not a manufacturer that would do a remount like that has been discussed, is not going to be the quality we would get from a manufacturer. And the manufacturer choice, which is Braun, they will not remount this truck, and the other manufacturers we talked to won't remount this truck because of the age. And really, I could talk on about this, but really, all we're asking you to do is fund the budget so we can come back and present an ordinance to you, and we can talk about the details of this.
Right. And I mean, I just want to bring up one other point. This is a one-time purchase for the next 7 years, correct? And we're looking at $1.2 million. And if you divide that over 7 years and divide it evenly over 7,200 parcels, we're talking about $23.80 a year per parcel in order to have what we feel is for us. It's not really for them. It's what we want to have. Do we want to have that or not? But that's what we're discussing right now.
If I could just, and you're going to hear this again from me, I promise, but I mentioned that it's a strategic approach to the solution, and we tried to save money. We tried to go a cheaper route. Our committee was forced because we as administrators put the pressure to save money. These are 2012, so I was the deputy at the time, and we said, look, here's your budget, fit in the box. Well, it didn't work. Like, it's created more problems in trying to kind of be different than it would have been to fall in line. And so, again, we're continuing to ask you to fund this.
Okay. You're gonna.
I don't have anything else, but I can entertain more questions.
Okay.
Just one that occurs to me, the reduction in the scope of the beach park seems a good idea to me. Save a little money. We'll get there next year. But the gate isn't included among the described projects, and the gate has been criticized forever because it's ugly. Could the gate be improved aesthetically?
That definitely could be the decision that we go under. I will say, from a construction standpoint, if you're going to be moving your equipment primarily through that entrance, maybe it's the side gate, maybe it's not. The way you'd normally do it is your entrance or whatever ingress egress you're using for construction is the last thing that you address. Yeah. Just so you don't accidentally damage it. Or, I mean, if you want to do the front entrance, I would try to do the full front entrance, not just the guardhouse and the key fob area. You should do that full corner. And as far as the scope reduction goes, the 825 reflects some contingency on top of the cost estimate we had for phase one. Phase one includes like all the concrete work in a particular area, and to drop it down would mean we'd probably just do the pavilion. So there would be no improvements to the restrooms. There'd be no improvements to that central area besides probably reinforcing the pavilion, redoing the roof, and taking that middle section out. So you'd have more space to look through.
This carry forward.
It also doesn't affect
for
the
that,
millage.
but not more than that.
Right, and the carry forward doesn't affect the millage.
Yeah, but what the result to fund this project would be limited to that 825, and that's all that would be able to be done if that's the number that's allocated to this project.
Sorry, I didn't follow that. Could you repeat your question?
If it's just this carry forward,
right,
and there's no additional funding, the only thing that will happen is the pavilion.
Right.
Claro.
When
Okay.
we talk, sorry.
Go
When we
ahead.
talk about projects and timing, not reducing the scope, but for example, the reconstruction of the Harbor and Fernwood traffic circle. How much of that $750,000, and again, this is just kicking a line item a little bit down the road for some support or savings, as Councilmember Kaplan mentioned. How much of that 750 do we believe could actually get done in 2024, and how much of that could we potentially push out to 25?
I think we could get the design completed in 2024. Then you'd have to go through, depending on what the design improvements recommend and how extensive they are, you'd have to go through bidding and then construction. I mean, you probably wouldn't start construction until late 2024 or 2025. So that would be an area to look at.
Okay.
Otherwise, it was projected at the first hearing that that project would be a 2024 project.
Yes, I mean, we would be able to likely start the construction. What that construction is going to cost is to be determined. And we definitely would be able to complete the design within the fee. So it's that difference between the design fee and the 750 cap that we would be able to work with from construction standpoint in 2024, assuming we can hit the ground running and design doesn't take more than 6 months. And then, you go through the procurement process fairly quickly.
I suppose it's early to tell, but we were observing around the budget workshop that the imminent introduction of the new St. Agnes and the construction during the ramp up to the consecration that occurred last week was really creating some unusual snarls in that area.
I've heard that too, yeah.
I don't know whether it's too early to tell whether the now opened availability to use the parking lot as it's configured in the back has mitigated that problem.
I haven't looked at any of the data or heard any anecdotes, but I'm not the one people usually go to. I don't know, Cairo, if you've heard anything?
So before we jump into that too, so one of the reasons that this, jump up there too. One of the reasons that for many reasons, obviously it's a very, very, a congested area in the village, and it's just not the circle. And I know a couple people mentioned today that it was just the circle. It's actually the area from the circle in and around that intersection all the way to Crandon Boulevard. We know how thin that right-of-way is, those roadways. It's a huge choke point. And one of our concerns is, when you do something good, sometimes things happen. So 23% of the traffic turns right when you're coming into the village. And that's why we're creating the right-hand turn lane. So when that traffic is going to be able to move more into that area, we're concerned that's going to create even more congestion. So we still are doing traffic studies on that. Our initial, and I want to make sure it's clear, it's the class 5, really preliminary estimate of the cost of the project. I would imagine that we will definitely have the design done in 2024. The question is, do we want to be prepared to begin construction because the money has to be there in order to go out for bid, or is that something we want to delay to 2025? And I think Colleen said exactly well, this is just deferred. This wouldn't be a project that would go away.
Right.
So I just want to make sure
That's
that's
right.
clear.
And the question was around not delaying it, meaning no intention to delay. Just wondering how closely can we forecast?
Well,
and maybe
it
create
may
some kind
be,
of savings?
as Colleen just, aptly went through, some of the projects that we rolled over from last year, that may be it, right? That may be one of those because it may now be out for bid or it may be under construction. So, the money needs to be there. Again, these projects don't neatly fit into a 12-month period, particularly something when you're dealing with a public right-of-way. Do you want to add anything to that, Carol?
I would feel comfortable, just to share my opinion, on waiting on the construction piece for this year, just because of kind of what Frank was saying. When the St. Agnes site plan came before us, so much of what they talked about was their new traffic flow and the way things were going to move. And I think that it's prudent to really give this area a little time to settle and for people to understand how it works and what's going to happen. And because you're dealing with behaviors, how do people adjust to the right turn lane? How do people adjust with the new ingress and egress of St. Agnes? And I think this has to be done. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I think to rush it may not be the smartest thing. I think it makes sense to give it a little time to settle, to really observe how people use the area, and then to do it, but to do it right. So that would be my suggestion.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, so thank you.
Well, it sounds like if we make that prudent decision, the delay in the start of the project, once it's designed, might be 4 months, something like that.
Yeah, and in order to do that, if that's something the council would like to do, you know, I would be able to accept just $2,500 instead of the $775. Get my numbers right. $7,500. We could drop that $500,000 and push that into 2025. But I want to make sure it's clear when the project doesn't go away. We're deferring this into the next.
I guess my question would be on that. What modifications of design would we be looking at? It's so straightforward when you think about it. You know, what would we be looking at that would warrant a delay? Or, I mean, I'm not against testing the bugs on it, but I also understand that there's a set traffic volume.
Yeah.
There's set turns. There's a certain time of the day when that traffic volume becomes. We know what it is. Mm-hmm. It's easily counted. So what?
It's a great question.
I think it goes back to what Councilmember McCormick said. You know, we have two different dynamics that are going on. Yeah. With St. Agnes being completed, so we'll really understand the traffic that's changing there. And also, once the right-hand turn lane is changed, that's going to change the traffic flow coming in the morning. So that's just pushes it a little bit to the right. It doesn't mean that we don't start it in a month or two when we do the next traffic.
If there is value to it, I just think, from my perspective, and maybe this may be engineering intuition. Never heard of that before, but I know. What changes do we have really when we think about it?
With traffic and transportation engineering, usually there's a combination of operating improvements or recommendations as well as designed. So we'd be looking at, is there a way to move the circulation in a more feasible manner around Fernwood traffic circle? Would reducing the radius do anything for us? What about those medians along Harbor between Fernwood and Crandon? And it's spreading out that demand a little bit longer might help. So you can model those sort of scenarios. That would all be a part of the scope.
I don't know if this would help. I'm sorry.
I was just going to repeat saying, let's not let perfection get in the way of success. We want to.
We're going to try a few
that
things.
nice gentleman has his hand up. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if you can. The mayor would need to recognize you to speak. And there's a gentleman out there. No. He can't do that. That's what I'm saying. You're lifting your hand, but he's got to recognize you.
It's just a simple comment.
Can't.
No, we're working on our budget and our millage rate. We can have somebody from staff.
I'll be happy to talk to him afterwards with some of his ideas.
That would be
happy
great.
to meet with you, sir.
What I was about to observe, we had observed earlier in time that the buses from, say, Belen and Carrollton and et cetera were using that area for drop-off and pickup. If that could be moved up Fernwood, that would obviously help.
That's an excellent example of an operating improvement that could reduce the congestion without having to break any curb cuts.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another change too. We no longer have the bus going up and down Harbor,
Precisely, yeah.
which is also going to have its own impacts. So I think it's the smart thing to do, to study this a little bit before really starting to trudge forward.
Yeah, let it settle.
Right.
Okay, I think we need to move to the direction we gave the manager. Walk us through the 3 different millage options here.
Okay, we can do that if you want to take this back to the top. So let's go to the next slide, please. And actually, before we go, let's step back. So I really appreciate that conversation. I really appreciate the feedback we got from the public tonight. I think this is a very dynamic conversation. It really makes us all think about what we want to do in the village, how we want to do it, and how we're going to fund it. So I think that's really important to have that conversation. So let's go to the next slide. I'm going to kind of give you a background of where we went from the feedback we got on September 12th to where we are now. As you recall, I think we provided a very effective budget at budget hearing number 1. We came in at a 3.1602 millage rate. As Benjamin mentioned before, things happen towards the end of the year. Revenue projections change. Expenses for personnel, insurance, they all come in. We were able to find a savings of about $106,000, which brought our millage rate down and our recommendation to 3.1490. The outcome, and you'll see as we walk through here, it came up with a budget that has an O&M baseline of 38.7 million, and what we've been talking a lot about today is that additional 2.75 million that's going to capital projects. You know, as we've been going through this, and Benjamin and I have been doing this for quite a while, now 3 years, and obviously we've learned a lot. We've got to work very closely together on this, and we've refined this budget process more and more and more every single year. And not only do we refine the process, and we really understood where the money was and maybe where it wasn't, in trying to present it in a more clear way, we also moved into a much more transparent approach. I think this year, and the reason why we have such a good conversation, is the system that we chose, ClearGlove. It very well presented online. People could get into the budget and see where the money was. I think in the past we did this on an Excel spreadsheet. Now we have a much better way to explain that to council, to our residents, as well to ourselves. I feel we have heard our residents, and I'm glad we heard them again tonight. Obviously, we've heard the council. And I think in a lot of the decisions that we've made, and particularly when we talk about the rescue trucks, we've definitely listened to our experts, which I think is really important when we want to provide the good quality service that our residents expect. You've heard tonight how much we've pursued and received grants. It's been an outstanding job done by the staff over the last couple of years, and I commend them every time that happens. So, Mr. Mayor, you asked us 2 weeks ago to come forward with three options. Come in at a 3.15. We came in at 3.149. That's just how the numbers came out. Come in at 3.1 millage. We can have some conversations about that. In fact, some of the things we recommended, we just had some of those conversations. And then the 3.0 millage. And I will tell you that has some pretty significant impacts. It would lead some very difficult decisions. But in some cases, it'll just lead to a deferment of projects. You know, these requirements don't go away. They just will be pushed into 25, into 26, 27, whenever that might be. So those are the situations that we're facing. I want Benjamin to get up here. A lot of people have had this conversation before, but I want him really to talk about our millage in perspective so folks can understand how we see it. And I think what's really important about where we stand across the county.
All right, so taking a step back and looking at our millage rate and putting it into perspective of what this all means. The top chart shows taxable value, the blue line increasing over time, and the orange line is the millage rate decreasing over time, which is exactly the kind of inverse relationship one would expect. Obviously, as our population increases, our value increases, there's usually a bigger demand on services, and we're able to meet that demand all while decreasing the millage rate. The chart on the right shows a typical tax bill for a resident of Key Biscayne, how it looks with all the different levying authorities. We have the Miami-Dade County School Board and the Miami-Dade County General Operating Budget, which take the majority of the taxes. The Key Biscayne operating budget is only about a fifth of the total tax bill. To the left shows the fiscal year 24 proposed rate of 3.149. It's $315 per 100,000 of taxable value. For a median homesteaded property, median is the middle number. Some people like to confuse it with average. We use median because it represents the middle number. Sometimes in a municipality like Key Biscayne, some really large value properties can skew the average up higher. But this is the middle number, meaning half of the properties in Key Biscayne are less and half are more. So it's a good indication of what most Key Biscayners would pay. So the taxable value is $722,835. So the amount of Key Biscayne tax that resident would pay is $2,276. For a non-homesteaded property, the median value is $808,000, and that would represent a tax bill of about $2,500. So Steve mentioned in the previous slide, we put some alternative scenarios at a 3.1 millage and a 3.0 millage. And just to put that in perspective, at the median homesteaded value, that's about a $35 annual savings at the 3.1 and about $100 at the 3.0. On the bottom there, we compare our total overlapping millage rate to the other municipalities. And public commenters brought up that we were not the lowest. I like to make apples to apples comparisons. When you look at the total tax bill that village residents pay, which is inclusive of all these services here, Key Biscayne is a full point lower than the second lowest, which is Bell Harbor. Some other municipalities might advertise a lower city millage rate, but what they're ignoring is they pay into Dade County Fire, which by itself is 2.4 mils. If you think about that in perspective, we're talking about running the entire village budget at about under 315.
So apples to apples, we do run the lowest millage rate in the county.
Correct.
And we would be at like a 0.76 or something like that, millage rate, city millage rate, if we were using county fire.
Yeah, you'd have to add 2.4 to that. So 315 gets you the whole gamut. It gives you fire.
But you would also take off what we pay for fire.
Exactly.
You have to be honest.
So you're operating fire, you're operating police, the community center, public works, administration, the whole gamut here for 315 versus just county services fires 2.4 alone. So there it shows why we are the lowest at 15.89 mils is the total millage rate on a property in Key Biscayne. Obviously, for residents watching at home, this is the amount per 100,000. You would just multiply whatever your individual property taxable value is times that $315 per 100,000. Here's the revenue projection. Just to go over these quickly, I know we've done this a few times already, and it's getting late. We had 3 declining valuations in a row, and now we're coming out of 3 increases in a row. Steve and I have been doing this budget now 3 times with the 3 increases. In each of those years, we have decreased the millage rate. I think it was brought up in public comment that most municipalities are all staying level on their millage rate. We have decreased it 3 years in a row. I can't state that emphasis enough. I know a couple months ago in the budget workshops, we set a maximum millage rate. And I said, trust me, that's just the maximum. We're not setting the millage rate, and we will come back in September and lower it. Well, here we are, and it is lower for the 3rd time in a row.
On that point there, 2018, 2019, and 2020, were we able to hold the millage rate the same, or did it have to go up?
There were slight increases in those years.
Slight increases. Okay. So what goes up must come down?
In terms of the revenue projections, they equal 41.4 million. The ad valorem here of 29.8 is showing you what the ad valorem would be at that 3.149 millage rate, obviously adjusted for the 95% allowance that I talked about earlier. Additionally, it shows all the other revenue sources as well. I'd like to highlight interest income, $1 million, what we're budgeting or projecting for next year, and that obviously will decrease the pressure on the ad valorem revenue, which decreases taxes.
Right. So just for everyone to understand, when you have a year where the revenues don't come in higher, okay, in those years, you are not able to take on and do capital improvement projects that don't cost you anything because you're not going into debt to make those happen. Is that accurate?
Correct. So this year, and we'll get into the slide later when we show just our baseline operating, all the excess money is geared towards capital projects.
Okay, so a fair and philosophically good argument could be that some people might say, give them all the money back, and some other people might say, let's do projects that don't cost us any money, that are part of the things that we need to improve, and we're not having to go into debt to do those projects.
Correct.
I mean, it's a fair argument on either side.
As I mentioned before, the majority of our debt is all at 1.2%. We do have that one loan, which is our high interest one, is 1.7, which sounds funny to say, but that's the highest interest rate we have is 1.7. In terms of our debt capacity,
you're not being fiscally conservative. I mean.
In terms of our debt capacity, so it's 8.1 million of outstanding debt. With our debt capacity, we're allowed 99, about just under 100 million. So we have 91.5 of bonding capacity. Here's the cost drivers of kind of why the operational budget has increased. And I think the biggest difference here is if you look at that transfers out, it went from 897,000 to 3 million. 2.75 of that 3 million is, like we mentioned, a transfer out to the capital projects. The other 300,000 transfer out represents the 1% of ad valorem that by ordinance we transfer to the Parks and Rec Open Space Land Trust Fund.
And that went up because revenues went up. Because
that went up. It's a factor of ad valorem. The O&M that went up $1 million. I've heard it's an inopportune time to keep the millage rate steady. People are hurting. They have higher taxes, insurance, et cetera. The village is not immune to those increased insurance rates either. We got our property and liability renewal, and it went up substantially, and we're paying about $300,000 more than we did in the prior year. So we have a lot of property value that we insure. So we're facing the same challenges.
So it is true that the village suffers from the same inflation that everybody else suffers from, right?
Without a doubt. So with insurance and also with our personnel, a lot of our employment contracts are based on inflation rates, where you get a cost of living adjustment increase based on CPI. So when CPI is high, that drives that 6.8% difference in personnel.
And in these vendor contracts that have also gone up, we've arguably done a much better job in defining scope and increasing scopes in these contracts so that we're not getting double hit, right?
For sure. We put a lot of contracts out to bid, as evidenced by kind of the size of our agendas lately. And you'll see, even though we're listening to that competition, which in theory would bring down prices, it's just a sign of the times that most of these contracts are very labor or gas intensive when you think about a landscaping contract, for instance. And they're facing the same issues of hiring staff or fueling trucks and equipment as well. So here's the baseline budget that I mentioned. Here's the pie chart of how it breaks up. Like most municipalities, the majority of our spending is in public safety. The blue cutout here represents police, and the purple is fire rescue, which accounts for about half of the total budget. And the other sections add up the other half accordingly. So we're being very transparent when we're telling you we could run this entire village operation at a 2.85 millage rate. But that 2.85 millage rate doesn't account for any transfers for capital projects. So we don't take a revenue down approach. We look at our operating expenditures first. Through our budget process, which starts in March, the directors continuously meet with Steve and myself, justify their operations, justify their expenses. We look at the contracts that we've signed, and that's how we budget. So contrary to some of the chatter, we don't start with revenues and then fill in expenditures to match it. We start with expenditures, and here it's for all to see. The total operating expenditures are $30.5 million, and that would require a millage rate of 2.8, which would be a substantial reduction from our current rate of 3.1533.
And that's despite the fact that, for example, you mentioned the insurance premiums, which are obvious and conspicuous, but also the increase in programming at the community center, which is popularity driven. Right? So that's all baked in.
Yeah, baked into this are those increased personnel costs, which are a factor of inflation. Those increased contracts, our commitment to the repairs and maintenance. So we address the issues now rather than large capital projects later when something deteriorates. So that's all baked into that number.
Some of this is also the tech improvements, the IT, or is that all in CIP?
No, that's here as well. So a lot of the hardware, software, additional needs. There was at the last council meeting, there was a desire to have a public records request portal through use of the clerk. That's in here as well. So we're able to accomplish all of that for this price and that millage rate.
Okay.
I think we've all gone over this in detail, unless there's any other question on the capital plan. Okay, let's roll us home.
Okay, moving forward, here's expenditures. There is a link at the bottom here to that transparency portal in ClearGov. I think there's a question of how do you see capital projects, scope, identify them as well. All that's available on that link, so if the public is watching, it's also available on our website. If you go to Village of Key Biscayne Finance, there's a sidebar for financial transparency. All of our budgets to actuals, all of our checks. You can search a vendor name. You can see the history of what we've paid that vendor. You can compare budgets to actuals for any years, like do any trend analysis. It's a really interactive tool, which is really great to use for the stakeholders trying to understand where the numbers are. So here it lays out again by department, and you'll notice that the big significant increase in the transfers out for the CIP projects. So where does that put us? With the proposed budget, as I mentioned, it would be a decrease in the millage rate. We'd go from a 3.1533 to 3.1490, a small difference of 0.0043 or 0.14%.
Sounds a little too close to our zip code.
Just go over that, because based on the numbers that you provided me, and I've been turning them out, most of our folios are non-homesteaded, right?
So 60% are non-homesteaded,
Okay.
correct?
So I took the number 808,571, this the median number, okay? And looking at the numbers that you provided, at 3.149, the basic municipal charge for someone is going to be $2,546, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if we go to 3.0, the difference would be $120 because that's $2,426.
Correct.
So what we're talking about, people say you're overtaxing us. We're talking about $10 a month. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you were to just to take that difference in the millage rate between the proposed rate, which brings us down a little bit, 3.149 and 3.0, and at the same time it allows you to take on these 2.75 million worth of projects that are helpful for our village.
Correct. And like that chart said, the Key Biscayne money, 1/5 of the tax bill, that's what comes back and is spent in the village. The other 80%.
Right. So I went a step further than you did, and I doubled that median non-homestead number at 808,571, and that gives me a $1,617,142 of assessed value. That difference there at that higher assessed value is 5,092 versus at 3.0 4,851. That would be a difference of $241 annually, which translates to about $20 a month. So even at a higher rate, you're still within reason. You're talking about $20 a month. Is there is there something that I'm missing in terms of, we're talking about, are there more expenses out there? Are there more things that we are not getting hit with that are not here in these calculations?
No, I mean, we've been months at this. Everything's included in here that we feel confident in being able to deliver for the next fiscal year.
So what happens to this if we make the adjustment of the traffic circle that I think decided we were okay with waiting on the construction until 25?
Yeah, but I think there should be some more adjustments.
But can we, that's one we've agreed on. What happens there? Where does that put us?
So I would suggest that we drop it by 250,000.
At the kitty cats.
Yeah, I mean, those are the other things that we'll go into. Yeah.
So you want to take that one down?
From 750 to 500.
Okay.
It's interesting. I think we had more homesteaded properties last year than we did this year. I don't know if we were a 40-60 split. I thought it was a little higher.
It was generally about about the same.
It was about the same last year?
59 and 32 of homesteaded.
The challenge is the property appraiser reports in terms of values. What happens to those homesteaded properties is some of them might have $1 million less from their market value to the taxable value. So it actually looks smaller than it probably is in quantity. So they reported as a third. I actually did the numbers and said on the quantity, it's about 40% of the homes. And that's, maybe it's like 39. It doesn't change that much.
All right.
So you want to talk about
inside the
other
budget?
adjustments?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted to bring up since I brought this up last time, what Councilmember Vasquez just spoke about, the trap and neuter program. Spade, I don't know, I think there's a spade in there too, right?
Yeah.
So I think that there was some confusion because what we were doing is we were looking at what was actually spent from the actual, I think it was around 8,000 and some change, and we wanted to change the $18,000 budgeted from the previous year down to what they're actually spending. They gave a very nice presentation that they actually have a budget for the $18,000, and it sounded like they haven't put in their last invoices. So obviously we want to fund this. The idea wasn't to cut this in half for any reason other than it looked like that is only what they needed. So I would say if they have not put those invoices and they are spending that much, I'm totally fine with bringing that back to the $18,000.
And we can add that 9,000 back in.
Okay.
I agree.
Can I just ask that maybe over the course of the next year, we work with them and see how their expenditures are working? Because it seemed like a lot of money per cat, significantly more than we're spending per senior. I think we were at something like $72 a senior and $429 per cat. And that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And I don't mean that as any type of criticism to the tremendous amount of effort that these volunteers are doing or the importance. I mean, since I've lived here, we did have a cat problem when I first got here. We don't anymore. I think the work is very valuable, but I just wonder if maybe there are some practices they could be doing that for maybe their budget for the next year, we could get that price per cat down a little bit.
Can we charge the neighbor that has 200 kittens? It seems like that's where most of the problem is coming from.
Well, I don't think they have that anymore. I think, we had talked about maybe bringing them to the animal shelter for their spay and neuter services, things that maybe are less expensive.
Yeah, I think.
And also to keep them focused on the TNR aspect of this program and not necessarily general, medical services.
Yeah. I would agree with your comments.
Thank you.
There's something that
I'm trying to be sensitive because we are all volunteers and we know how hard these people work and how committed they are, and by no means is this a criticism of their work. But I think that we can help them to find ways to maybe be a little bit more cost effective.
And we can do that. We'll scrutinize them more closely. This is, it's interesting when you go through something like this and you really begin to look down and deep and look at how you do business. And I really appreciate the way in which they've come forward in the last 2 months and really begun to understand, explain to us how they do the program. You begin to learn what they do. And I think this has been very, very beneficial for us. And I can see a good relationship going forward, and we'll begin to look at it more closely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, along the route of programs, I'd like to fully understand the criteria by which we choose these programs and
If we could
how
jump
we
to
invest in
slide
them.
number 14. Todd, you want to jump up and walk through? Get your glasses. And you guys, you all have a copy of this in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we discussed this in our last meeting, but it's a process that I think we've improved dramatically and a process that we are continuing to evolve. I think that we told you that now we're going to have a reception for all the funded groups, because one of the comments we heard from people is like, we didn't know we were funded. And then the manager and I met with every single group, and we thought that by having a reception for all these people, there would be some cross-pollination between what they do, and they'll start to be able to work together. But we had, started the process early, went through the evaluation process, had an evaluation committee, and then brought you our recommended. Like I said, it was significant. It was in the area of $450,000 in requests. Obviously, that's not what we're recommending. We're trying to recommend those that best serve this community, have the most impact on this community, bring us our cultural programming to another level, and just a great service for our residents.
So let me ask you, when you started with the village, did you have those glasses or not?
No, sir, I did not.
25 years ago?
I had hair and no glasses.
On that
That's what happens.
on that topic, that's what happens when you work to keep it changed. You lose your hair. On that topic, the thing with the report, I think that's really important. We got to get back to that. I don't know. I didn't set it up. You guys might have set it up at some point, but that has to be part of your evaluation criteria, right?
Sure. Yeah, and if you recall, we had a gentleman working with us who was managing the process, and unfortunately, the Marlins hired him back, and we lost him. And he was really good and
very good.
Yeah, doing a lot of great work for us, and that was part of his job duties. But now we have somebody else working with us.
Let's get that back and rolling.
But we'll make sure that happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the thing I really want to say about this, Mayor, is if we go back about 2 years in kind of the state where these community groups and events were in, we realized we had to put something pretty deliberate in place. And this we've come, as Todd walked through, we got a timeline very specific. It's very competitive. If we have questions, we have communications, we have an evaluation committee. As you can see, that's how we evaluate them on the right side. And Mr. Mayor, you talked about, the ability to do reporting. That's the bottom one. Yep. Able to manage, and from the finances and those sort of things, it's important to us. But I think the thing that really resounds to us is, it's right in the middle where you have the phrase "of the residents for the residents." I think that's really what's important about this program. These are things that, not that Todd's group doesn't provide great programming, they do, but this is residents doing what they want to do that's interesting, unique in their culture, providing it for residents who are able to come and be there. So I think it's really special, and I think it's something that makes Key Biscayne, the special place that it is.
So one of the comments that seemed valid to me is, in the first budget hearing, you were in and you had the number, and then it got lost. What's the issue with that? I mean, Ann Tainer, for example, Historical Society was in the budget. We all thought that it was the right thing to do in the first budget hearing. We didn't change it, so is the money's still there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and it's just in a different place where people couldn't find it, especially Ann?
It's titled Community Engagement.
I think the name changed.
They're not broken out specifically.
Yeah, so I think that was her issue. I spoke with her earlier today.
You found the right location for it?
Yeah.
So let's break it out next time, because that should be, community engagement, and then you have, so like, for example, usually people that come before us, they usually know whether we funded or not funded the program, and I didn't hear that in these volunteers that are coming forward. Did the 4th of July parade get 5,000 more, or didn't get it?
Yes, they did, and they know that, and they do know that.
Okay, they do know that.
Which is why Michelle wasn't here tonight.
And I thought with the ask, we had taken care of them. They were happy the first time around. Now they were asking for more money. I don't understand either.
I think that they were worried about a reduction. I think in the future, there might be a request there was tonight. I explained last time what we did, the budget amendment we made with the transportation funds, and moved that into the senior programming to add $40,000 to that, because again, we were expecting.
So that's how I understood it. They were whole. They were made whole.
I would say it's depends how you look at it. They were expecting that $100,000 appropriation, but long term, the budget amendment of $40,000 repeating annually is better than a 1-year appropriation, because as long as we think everything's going well, we'll continue to fund it to this level. And yeah, the programming.
So it's 40,000 recurring versus one time 100,000.
Exactly.
Okay.
Todd, I have 2 questions for you,
Sure.
or one for you and one for the council. First question, sports advertisement. I think this is a strategic thing that we need to be doing better. Do we have the money there to increase our sports
We do.
advertisements? Okay. All right, that's in there. And the second one, I would like to propose that we increase the youth council budget. I think $1,800 gives them almost nothing to do. And we have $1,800 in the budget right now. I did speak with them before I came. Their request was $20,000. What they're looking at doing is something that we have had such a hard time able to do is getting our teenagers engaged in Key Biscayne, and this is really what they're trying to put that money towards. This will go towards programming. They want to do monthly tournaments and events, and they want to have some little concerts and things like that that kids want to come to. They want to take some field trips and learn a little bit about, government and things like that. So I think, we could start it off there and see how they do. I talked to them a bit about raising some of their own money as well, doing some fundraisers, and they're very open to it as well. So I would propose that out there if you guys want to do discussion on that one. But
I'd just like to add to that. We've spoken so many times up here about our lack of understanding of how to connect with our youth and the fact that they're just not engaged, and we're finding challenges to find a way to engage them and get them out of trouble and keep them out of trouble and keep them engaged with the company, with the community. I've had the pleasure of attending maybe half a dozen meetings now of the youth council, and these kids are remarkable. They had an opportunity to plan an event that was going to be a battle of the DJs, whereby they were forecasting an attendance of close to about 300 kids in their age group, and if it wasn't for torrential rain, it would have happened. They made that plan happen in maybe a week to 10 days. It was incredible. And so you start to notice that if just given the opportunity, these guys can create incredible events for our youth to get engaged. Furthermore, what they're going to be learning on the process and what it looks like to run municipal government is, I think, invaluable. And it's hard to put a price on it. So I would second that. I would definitely say they would require some additional funding, and I think we need to invest in our youth.
I was impressed by them. I love the idea. I love trying to get them engaged. I think that, we've tried even this youth council to get it going a few times, and this particular incarnation seems like to be on a great track. The one thing I just would caution is I think $20,000 is a lot of money, and I also think it's very ambitious to go from 0 to an event a month. And I just think, I so applaud their enthusiasm, but I think having put things like that together, that number is maybe a little bit too ambitious, and perhaps this year they don't need quite that much money. So I could support giving them more than was originally budgeted, but kind of significantly less than 20.
So I might ask you, Todd, that event that they put together, it was one event. What was the budget for that one event?
That was significant. I can't recall off the top of my head, but it was a ballpark $4,000 or $5,000 all in with the stage.
So while you mentioned maybe once a month, they obviously wouldn't be this level, this scope.
No, so the once a month would be like a soccer tournament or something like that they would have, or like midnight basketball games or something, so they're thinking about doing those. They calculate about 8 of those for a whole year, and they calculated maybe 3 of the larger events where they could do one during Halloween, do one, at the end of the school year, maybe one in the middle. That's how they came up with that 20. But look, we give them what to start off with, and I'm sure they'll work with it. They have to raise some money. It's fine. But I want to throw it out there so we can have a good discussion.
If I could add one thing, Mayor, as we go through this, just from a financial responsibility standpoint, I think we'd have to have a fiscal sponsor for them. I don't think we are allowed to give money to minors, so we'd have to have some sort of organization that we would put that in, whether it's foundation, whether we hold it. I think we have to come up with some sort of process that legally we can give money to.
Well, I think the idea is that it would be held by the city, and they are basically meeting, and they would talk to Todd and say, hey, we want to do this event. They would come with the breakdown. The cost Todd would be paying directly from that account. It would never touch what the kids are doing. The kids are only putting together the budgets, what they need, and they would do it, and you guys would do the accounting directly.
Okay, so you want to go to 10?
That's fine, whatever you guys want to do.
I'm more comfortable at 10.
Okay.
Is there,
Wait, let's just finish this one.
I think 10 is adequate. And it's a good idea to earn your keep, demonstrate by doing things that you have the capacity to do things.
Okay.
Yep.
I wondered.
Hold on. So We agree, and at the end of the night, you are giving the pluses and minuses so that we know where we stand, right?
I'm tracking them right now. I just want to be clear, Todd. I see 1,800, or maybe Benjamin, I see 1,800, but zeroed out. So what do we have for youth council right now? Is that 1,800? On page 70 of the budget.
That's fine. I should.
That'd be a
I have
plus.
1,800.
Okay, so it's plus 8,200.
Might even suggest we match.
Yeah, 10.
You checking? Okay.
Okay.
Plus 8,200 on that.
All right, let me go to Fernando and then Vice Mayor.
If we're done with the youth.
Yes.
Okay, I did want to, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, well, I know you,
Apropos of youth council.
yeah,
I'll finish the thought really
Okay.
quickly.
I know you had something on youth.
Two questions. Youth lead change didn't make the cut. They've presented, or do we feel any differently about that as far as a recipient? And the related question is, kids working with kids and team building with peers, I wonder if there's untapped synergy between what they're doing at MAST and what the youth council's doing here.
Yeah, for sure. And youth lead changes come and spoke to the youth council, and there's some interest from a few of the youth council members. Not all are interested in it, so it depends. But yeah, they can definitely have some synergy and work together.
Are they still the same as we started last time?
They are right now. But I also want to make sure it's clear that as when we rated these groups, Youth Lead Change there's probably a number of groups that didn't get funded that were rated higher above Youth Lead Change as well. So there would be, probably about 6 or 7 other groups that were ahead of it as well.
I think I don't want to advocate for a last-minute wrenching radical change. I think they've heard the report from the administration about reporting and justifying by demonstrating what they do that they should be supported. But I like the thought of trying to create synergies among people trying to accomplish the same goals.
Okay.
Yeah, just,
Fernando.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to touch a little bit on we hear a lot about sports, we hear a lot about youth council, Iguanas, all that. I want to hear a little bit about culture, music. We have a great program out there. We had folks that came in, and I know we're providing money for that. Amaryllis is a great program with the piano festival, and it brings a lot of people together. I think I think bringing in music and bringing in culture and bringing in movies and things like that, it kind of encourages more of a community environment. We all want kids to play sport, but I'm not proposing we don't do anything like that. But I really would like to see a strong funding for that to really promote arts and culture in Key Biscayne.
Well, I think 2 Sundays ago we had New World Symphony.
Yep.
And the room was packed. There's definitely an audience in our community for that.
There is, yeah.
And I think the biggest change for us this year will be now that Paradise Park is open. We're already booked the taiko drummers. We have the Brazilian Carnival. We're putting together a bunch of events that will be scheduled to be at Paradise Park. Some can move into the community center for inclement weather, like the taiko drummers. But we're starting now to ramp up a cultural program that'll take place in the park and here in the community. And then, like you heard earlier, working with the foundation for that orchestra. And then kind of to what the manager was saying earlier, and then Amarilli, and then the people doing the film festival.
And City Shorts.
And City Shorts, and all these things. So we have ours, and then we lean on these other organizations to do what they do best, which is not always where our main focus is. And it's kind of a combination of all of us working together to get to where we want to be with a cultural programs and events schedule for this community.
Are we, just for I've been looking through, but have we made any cuts? Or are we keeping it the same?
All these groups?
Yeah.
They all got funded at the same level or 10% higher.
Okay. Yeah, I saw some of them here. I didn't see it on the, what was it? I think it was something on the concert series that went into a NA. I don't know what that means. It's like, went from 45,000 into NA.
It's a hip hop.
Oh, I'm
group.
sorry, it's 45,000 budgeted. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and for my own edification, I would like to know what, and this, I guess, Mr. Vice Mayor, more in the standpoint of history and heritage, Key Biscayne, what are we doing on that? Are we keeping a strong?
What was the budget that you gave them?
Well, it's actually an administration budget. It's 16,500.
16,500.
So they get that much a year.
Could we do
You're the
better than that?
liaison, right?
I'm the liaison. The group is highly motivated. They're reaching out to include broader demographics. There's younger people that have really shown up and contributed. You know, the curve of possible achievements for this is very high. It's very significantly positive.
I think one of the exciting things that they did in this last year was they were able to assist the fire department in funding the repair of the small fire truck we have out there, historic antique fire truck.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm good. Thank
Could
you.
I-
By the way, you are welcome to work with us to bring maybe tango to
Absolutely.
to Key Biscayne. So you can work on that.
He's got to beat the flamenco.
I'm trying to work on Messi.
Oh, that was what I was going to say. But plug for tomorrow night at Paradise Park. There's a watch party.
We got to 80% chance of rain.
You guys were going to inflate the screen and have it
Yeah,
there?
we were really looking forward to
Inter
that.
Miami watch party.
Yeah, but
That's pretty cool.
But so some of the food vendors had to start preparing today.
You gotta take the Key Biscayne
And
effect on the radar.
some of the same food
Same
trucks we've
thing.
used in the past, and we didn't want to have them.
Not come again. They were pretty mad last
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So we just, and it was 80%. Yeah, we were very excited about that event. But the plan is to do it again.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Real quick, just to wrap this part up, I don't think I have to say this, but I'd like to kind of highlight a point of really respecting the value that our municipal support of these groups provide for the community. You've said it. The enrichment, the participation yields dividends beyond the programming, and the programming is, as you said, what they do best. But the public enfranchisement that results and the spirit that ensues is fantastic. So the philosophical request is to not look at these funding requests year by year as the low-hanging fruit that is most susceptible for chopping, even arbitrarily, because it's not service, it's not O&M, it's not capital. They're still important.
Okay.
No, without doubt. And same thing when Todd mentioned right from the beginning. As soon as this budget is passed, first thing in the morning, Jessica's going to start coordinating that October 12th celebration where we bring everyone together who does community groups. Obviously, we'll invite you all. We'll do it over in the Turtle Fountain so we can not only just celebrate them who are going to do it, but then they can start talking to each other. So one of the things we found when we were talking to them, they all want to do things with each other. So I think it's a great opportunity not only for them to do their own thing, but also to even grow what they do for the community.
Yeah, in this same arena, what's the issue that I'm not feeling very comfortable with the car week thing? What's going on there? Saw that the foundation is no longer participating. Give us an update, and should we not do this program this year?
I think it's a good program. It was very successful last year. We gave them the challenge to, come back with even a better program this year. They chose, instead of continuing to work with the foundation, to establish their own 501c3. There's no indication that they can't do what they do. This is something Emerson Federal Polity has about 50 different 501c3s. I think with him being the lead of this, I would suggest we give it a chance. Let's see where it goes. It's scheduled for mid-December right now. We do actually have the program coordinator here to give a presentation to the council October 10th as part of that council meeting. So you can get an understand and ask those questions. What are you going to bring? How are you going to do it? Is it any way different? Where are we going to go forward on this?
I guess I have a question on that. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Right.
Is there a reason why they've parted ways with the foundation?
You'd have to talk between the two individuals involved.
The question I have, I have a question on this. If we did not give them, how much we have in there, 24 and some change $1,000?
Yep.
Would they not be able to have this event? Because I'm pretty sure that the piano festival probably, without the support, would disappear, right? A lot of these guys would disappear without the support. Is this one that is also
I think
at
right
risk?
now, I mean, look, they may be able to gain traction after this year and maybe move on to do it themselves. But I think right now they're still in the building
They
mode.
still need it.
Yeah, and
Sorry.
as they transition over to doing it on their own, I think this is probably a good seed money. At this point, maybe we can move forward, make a decision where we want to go next year.
Okay.
And what was the answer for how much money they donated to charity each of the last 2 years?
None of the money that we gave them was
No,
donated to charity.
how much money did they make to donate to charity by the end?
So, I had the conversation with them. They have a separate event where they have separate sponsors and separate fundraising. They do that. I think they did it at the Yacht Club one year, and I think they did it at the Ritz another year. So that's not an event where, I mean, it's part of Car Week, but it's not the event that takes place in the village. So I don't have access to their reporting. I can ask, but it's not something that went through us because it was an event they did off-site with either the Ritz or the Yacht Club.
Okay, because that was the answer that I really wanted, and my memory is that at least one year it was like $20,000. It seemed really similar to how much we give them, which doesn't, of course, mean that they take our money and give it, but that maybe they just don't, they can support themselves a little bit more. And we're looking at other groups and trying to shuffle, money around. I think we give them more than they need from us. And it's not that I don't support the event, but I think if they're able to raise large quantities of funds for charity, they can use that money for their event. So I would propose that we take that number down. Not to zero, especially this is a transition year. They need the village support to continue their program. And people seem to really like this event, but I think it's too much. Anyone?
Agree with that.
Where would you, it's at 20?
It's at 24, I believe, something.
26.4.
26.4.
I would ask, this is one thing that I gave them a challenge to come back and make this program even better next year, which is now this year. I would ask we give them that chance because this is a challenge that we gave to them. This was a commitment that we gave that we were going to provide them the support they need to bring in not just a car program that runs up and down the concourse of the Village Green, but will then also be outside here. They're going to run, this is where they're going to do actually what they call the Concourse d'Elegance, which is similar to what they do across the F1 program. I would ask that we stick to that number because this was a challenge that I gave to them to bring forward and bring even a better program next year.
I would do the following. Leave it here, but if I don't hear on October 10th what I need to hear, I'm ready to either scrap it or reduce it in half.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Yeah, it's a shame. They were supposed to come before us before we got the budget, and we took it off of the agenda. But since we haven't heard it, we'll give them until then. Okay.
I think one takeaway I'd like to learn in October is what is the value to our community? If this is about branding Key Biscayne as an international, sophisticated,
We've checked that box already.
Right? We know what we are, but if that's the purpose here, I'd like to know it, or at least have reinforcement for the truth of it.
Well, and the other thing was that prior, we were getting some assurances that some of the money that was being made and provided by sponsors was going to the Bonner County Foundation, which is a very worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't happening now. Maybe going somewhere else, but we need to know that before we proceed with funding.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, I agree.
Can we talk zero waste culture? did we make any changes?
Yes, we did. I believe we plussed them up by, I think it's 9,000 to be honest. Let me see. Benji, how much we plus up on zero waste culture?
By the way, this group really does a great job. I take my composting there every Saturday, and they go above and beyond.
I wish we could support them at least as much as they support us.
Yeah.
We should be in the composting business.
But we don't need to. We just have to support them.
Yeah, we went from 9,000 to 15,000.
And what was their ask? 30?
Yeah, I had all those numbers with me last meeting, and I don't, yeah, I think it was between 20 and 30.
And and I apologize for not asking you this before. I was not trying to put anyone on the spot, but here we go. When you went up, did you have any of the conversations with them like that we had talked about, like the things that the village would need in return and that would be beneficial to the village, and how did that go?
Very brief conversation, not in depth, no.
Did you get the impression that they knew more was coming?
That they knew more money was coming?
No, more need for more conversation.
Yes.
And how do you feel about it? Because I know that part of the hesitation was if we're going to really be partnering with them more and giving them more money, that we needed to know that we could feel confident working with them and going forward.
It needs to be a two-way partnership, exactly.
So how do you feel after those conversations?
I feel good. I still think we need to have a continued conversation to define what that is, right? We just kind of set, big parameters that we have to, work better with each other. It wasn't like, therefore, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And was there a specific thing that you, like a deliverable that you attached to the increase that you gave them? Or was it just sort of like, I know you want this much, this is as much as I can give?
We talked about how do we do the composting, how do we now get this compost back to the residents? How do you create some sort of system, whether it's bagging, whether it's transport, whether it's what? Because, it's a very successful, but what we're doing is we just keep getting more.
We're making
dirt.
A lot of really good dirt,
but we really don't have a marketing process or a transportation process to get it back to people who can use it. So there's got to be that back end of the process.
Okay.
I think that this is one of those things that the Sustainability Advisory Board is aware of, and you need to tap with them also to.
And I talked to Derek about it as well.
Okay, great.
The reason I was especially concerned about zero waste culture last time was I was afraid that the allowance, the appropriation, would not have enabled them to be viable for the balance of the year. Are you satisfied that this keeps them up and running?
I think that's also part of the issue too. I think it's the lack of communication, the lack of engagement. Honestly, this is I don't know where Kyle just went, but this falls under Public Works, so this is something he has to feel out as well to build that relationship. And I think there's it's not that we don't have a relationship; it's just kind of one of those that just walks in parallel, and I think we need to come a little bit closer together. So I don't know until that actually happens, and so that's where the comfort level is, and let's make it happen.
So what I don't know includes, as with volunteers who presumably have jobs and lives and everything else, what does it take to create the kind of human infrastructure to enable this type of regular rapport to be effective? I don't know what their capabilities are or what we can reasonably expect volunteers to do, but they may need some infrastructural help to be responsive to the demand that you understandably have put down. if I can help facilitate, I'd like to do it, because I think their mission is essential.
But I think, and I don't know whether it's Allison or Oscar said that, I mean, I think the Sustainability Advisory Board, maybe it was the mayor, is actually going to take this on as well. I had a good conversation, met with Derek DeZugal about a week and a half ago.
Okay.
And I know they want to take this on.
Perfect. Brett, you had something?
Sorry,
Yeah, go
one
ahead.
of the other, I think part of their ask was about them trying to figure out how to get a truck so that they can do sort of this next step that you're talking about. Is there any way?
You got a 12-year-old chassis.
Well, this is what I'm actually gonna, I don't think we can fill the rescue truck with mulch, but with any of the other purchases, is there any way that the village can support them in terms of this particular need? Is there anything we're surplusing that still works that maybe they could use?
You're down, right?
Yeah, well, usually, just so you know, when a truck gets done from PD, it comes to either Public Works or Parks, and at that point, it's got 100 and
then you kill it.
And then we kill it.
Parks gets the hand-me-down.
So,
Well, I
Yes,
wonder
well,
even if there's
but-
some way we can support with Public Works, even using their own truck and having the Public Works employee helping to support them to add this step that maybe, I mean, I understand they already have full-time jobs and their day is full. But if we're looking to really forge a partnership and this is a hole that needs to be filled, either we can support them financially or
Well, I think that was
otherwise.
also maybe where the relationship kind of went sideways as well. You know, we were bringing in employees on Saturday to bring, transport their compost to and from. So that also took them away. It was either overtime or it took away time the rest of the week when they're supposed to be doing work.
So then maybe we need to really look at what kind of a program the village is interested in having, how we can partner well with them, and what type of support it requires to achieve our goals.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that needs to be a two-way street, and I think we'll lean on the Sustainability Advisory Board to really kind of dig into that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so last question on this. Are they adequately funded for this year?
He took them up 6,000. Is that what the number was?
I believe so. I think it went from 9 to 15. Yes,
And what did
9,
they get last year?
9,000. And up to 15,000.
Okay, let's push that along, and if we got to come back in mid-year and
Or if the car week thing doesn't work out, or
Yeah,
you move that
maybe.
money over to.
But I think, let's say, for the message for people watching and for people who are involved in this, that I think the general feeling here is that this is a program that we really like, we would like to support. We don't want to just haphazardly throw money and not really know exactly what we're doing or why, but that the plan going forward is to really work with them, figure out how to partner, how we can best support them, and if we need to make an amendment down the road, then that's what we do. Yes?
yes,
Okay.
well said.
Muy bueno.
And I'm happy to help in those conversations if you need.
Todd, before you go, just want to make a clarification. So we spoke about the revenue, increasing possibly the revenue share of sports and athletics. So I did speak to Benjamin about this today as well. And, even if we decide to make that increase, it will take too much time for that actually get into effect to be part of this budget year. It would be something that would really affect our 2025 budget because it still needs to go through council, get passed, and then after that, it gets procured and bidded out and all that kind of stuff. So it takes time for this to transfer over. It not being in the budget doesn't mean I don't think that we can't make that change.
Yeah, and also we're making a decision for the contract not to be changed until after the season is done, which is May of next year. So this wouldn't kick off until June, correct? June. So we would reap the benefits in June, July, August, or September. So 4 months of the year.
Yeah. So, is there any more adjustments to? Because I'd like to say something a little bit about the budget, but I wanted to wait until we're all done, maybe speaking about any other changes in the budget.
I want to make sure, though, that Todd's recommendation is clear. So what we want to do is, we mentioned that we were going to go 10%. I think someone suggested maybe we go to 15%. Our suggestion is let's go in the first 3 years of the contract at 10%. If they do get extended, then it would jump up to a 15%, and that would just be kind of the flow of where we're going. But we're not sure. One of our concerns is, if you increase it too much, does this impact participation? Because is this going to be a 15% pass-through? It's a $1,200.
Well, it'll be a pass-through.
Yeah.
But everybody, even in the community center, they're getting a 30% pass-through, and people are doing it. So I don't know why there's such a discount in one area and such a heavy hit in another activity that you put your kid in. So, but I think that discussion we can have from a policy debate after the budget.
I think we should.
Yeah.
The importance is, we asked on the 12th, and we held back the contract. We want to release it, or the RFP tomorrow. And in that RFP is that percentage.
Let's release it. We can't wait forever. Otherwise, we got another year or 2 years before we.
But this is locking in a 3-year deal at 10%?
It's a 2-1-1, so it's 2 years. And then what the manager and I talked about is we could go to 15%. And that 15% would be if we stayed with the contractor or we re-procured and got it somebody else.
After 2 years, we go to 15%? After
Yeah.
1 year?
And when I say, when we're not just talking about soccer, the soccer is going to be the first. It's going to be, all the programs go to 10. And then after 2 years, all go to 15. And I think that's.
I think that's a compromise. You do 2 at 10 and then bump it up to 15.
I mean, it's up to you guys too, but.
Or look at it.
Your point about disparity is just kind of baked in, but we're not going to solve that tonight.
I don't think so. But they have to send it out tomorrow. Can we change it once you send that out, or it's?
No.
Once an RFP's out, you don't want to change it.
And why can't we wait until after the next council meeting? What would happen if we waited a couple more weeks so we could have that discussion? What would delay? Like, would we end up with a delay?
I mean, it's just the process. I mean, this is a very deliberate process. We want to make sure we pick the right firm. We want to make sure we have the right time to do it. Todd, I mean, obviously that's.
When's our next meeting? It's like
right now.
October 12th, October 10th.
So we're talking about like 2 weeks.
I mean, there's risk opportunity because we're already looking at February for somebody starting in May, like bringing it to you in February. Who knows? We've done this process before, and there's been, issues and people, there wasn't a formal protest, but there was a protest.
You think 2 weeks makes a big difference?
Not necessarily, but I guess what information more would you need in order to make that decision, I guess would be the question.
I think we just have to have a good discussion. I mean, I don't know what information we need, but I think we have to good discussion to what we feel is 10% too low, is 10% too high, based on, we have maintenance and we have repairs on these fields, on, all the stuff that we have. And they've been paying zero, right? Correct? How long have they been paying zero for? Years.
Since
Yeah.
athletics was run by the Key Biscayne Athletic.
And any of these for-profit? I mean, any of them are for-profit companies, or they're all non-for-profit?
No,
that run?
I'd have to double check, but some are like individuals. So I don't know. I don't think I'm talking when we're talking about baseball. The guy who helps us out with baseball, I don't think he's set up a nonprofit. So I don't want to say he's not, but it's not the same level as some of the other things.
Is soccer nonprofit, or is that for-profit?
I think their organization is a nonprofit.
Is nonprofit?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, I think that, we have to have some type of replacement cost tax, basically, or fee for the people who are going to use it at the level that they're using it. I think it's great. It's just odd to me that if you go to dance class, you're paying 30%. You go to play soccer, you pay zero. It's like, why?
Well, the answer to the question for me of what other information I would need, obviously, the cost to us for the maintenance of the field and the electricity and all of that. But then additionally, I would be curious to have as much visibility into the budgeting on the other side for the companies, right? So I know that when I did my little class at the community center 12 years ago, and I had to pay 30%, I did not just pass that through. I ate it because I felt that there was a point at which people weren't going to pay to have me run around with their preschooler and read a book. So I made, I think, like $4 a class or something, but there was a value to me. I took my own kids, but I don't know that the community center people are really just passing it through. 30%'s a lot. So how much margin is there in these programs using the field? So for me, I would really want a chance to really study it and look at the tuitions of each of the different programs using the field and see who's more likely to need to pass it through and who's more has more ability to eat some of it. I frankly, if it were me, I think this is something that we're going to want to look at. It's going to take us a while. I would put out the RFP at the 10% and be happy that we've done something to start collecting and to do it in a way that now soccer can start up with either a new or the same, but a new contract going forward and do it right and really commit ourselves. Like, think about, we talked about signage forever and we could never even figure it out. Like, we want to do it, we want to get it right. This to me is going to feel like the building permit fees.
Yeah.
And I want to study it. I want to do it right.
I hope it's not that difficult, but can we put a caveat in the RFP that after the first year, it could adjust, even though you have a 2-year contract? There could be an adjustment.
I'm sure.
I don't know.
What's the status? Like, where are they? Have they?
We haven't issued the
put it
RFP.
out, right? No. So yeah,
We could put a caveat in there saying, look, it's a 2-1, what is it, a 2-1-1?
2-1-1. Yeah.
So we'll give you a 2-1-1, but even in the second year of that could be an adjustment in
I
that
guess we could just
portion.
say annually.
Annually,
It could be
we readjust it.
Yeah, at
That's
that
it.
point, just make it easy.
Okay.
The first year, does the 10%, it covers 360 in maintenance? Is that?
No, it doesn't.
That's a lot less, I think.
That's what we're spending?
It doesn't fully cover it. No.
No.
It's about 225, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So, but the idea is, as we get all the programs loaded up, is to cover.
I see.
To cover the maintenance and then also the major replacements,
yeah.
and then also, if we ever get there, begin to develop an acquisition fund as well, if we need to identify other.
It's a rational decision, I think. Let's go with it.
Yeah. Since we're
So
on
RFP forward. I don't want to hear we're stuck anywhere.
so 10%, and we'll put an annual review.
Yeah.
An opening.
And we'll need to, Darren's here, but we need to talk about that, how firm we need to be, because if we're not firm, they're just gonna bid higher, so we need to be careful.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do you
Uncertainty
think that
creates
that's going to make
higher
it
bids.
a lot more complicated for the RFP in terms of responses and negotiations? Because if it is, Brett, it's been since we had a field that they haven't paid.
Yeah.
Like,
Or from
if
0 to
it's
10.
going to hinder this process or give us bad results from the RFP, can you wait 2 years?
I think the manager brings up a good point. Like, there's a risk if they don't know how much the fees are gonna increase, then what pricing schedule are they going to present?
Well, then they would have to do a pass-through,
Yeah,
no matter what.
so.
How's that gonna look for
The whole rationale
new
on
program to
this
come
is
in?
that
and
Okay, one at a
increase
time here.
prices? Sorry.
we're not covering expenses, but the reason for that is because we don't know what the market reaction is going to be to do so from 0 to 60 all at once. That's a rational decision.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brett.
It's fine.
On this one, I'm not going to agree with you. I think we stay at 10 for 2 years. And just have the RFP go out clean. We start collecting some fees where we never had any before.
Okay.
I'm good.
Mayor, do you want to maybe
Yes.
make a motion to extend, since we have a slight break here? Because at 11 o'clock, that's our cutoff. We can do it now.
Yeah, let's do it.
5 minutes?
I think we're going to need maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, second.
To 11:15.
15 max.
11
All
To
those in
11.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I wanted to make a few comments, but I didn't want
Yes.
to do it maybe after, if there's any other changes you guys wanted to talk about, or I just want to make some
think time is
clarifications.
now.
Okay,
I
fine.
think,
I'm just going to make a couple clarifications of stuff that I've heard and kind of where I'm at from looking at this budget. I think that somebody said a couple of meetings ago that we've never received a budget so close to the budgeting time, which is completely untrue. Last year, I think we received the budget 4 days before we were going to review it, and I brought that to the attention of the council that I was very unhappy with that. This year, we got it 2 weeks before, but not only did we get it 2 weeks before, I believe it was available online all the way at the beginning of August. So I want to thank the manager and the staff for pushing that out farther for us. If it was up to me, I agree that it should even be longer so we have more time to review this. But it is not accurate to say that this has never happened before. It's actually had been worse at other times. So I just want to make that clear. Second, I've gone through this budget backwards, forward, sideways, whichever way you want to go. This is probably the leanest budget of all municipal budgets that you're probably going to look at. I mean, it is hard to find places to remove things. When you guys talk, I heard some comments about zero-based budgeting. This is zero-based budgeting. I will sit with each of the directors. I sit with our finance officer and our manager, and I ask them what is in this line item, and they will start breaking down every justification of every single item in there. And they tell me that they think council's hard on them, coming to them and asking all these questions, but Steve and Benjamin are even harder on the directors on justifying every single thing that they have in that line item, and if not, they want it removed. So we do zero-based budgeting. This is not carried from one year to the next, and let's just add some percentage on it. They go through every single item from beginning to end. But I think zero-based budgeting, yes, it's a good practice, but that's a very, it's only half of the battle of what we should be doing in budgeting. When we talk about efficiency, we talked about that for years on previous councils, and all it was focused around was cut this, cut that, cut this. This is how we want to run efficiency. I completely disagree with that. When I look at efficiency, it's about output. How can we take the money that we're putting in and getting the maximum output that we need to? That's efficiency. And for years after years, we put money in, but sometimes the output is not coming out as fast as we want it to. So that's where we need to focus on the output. So it really should be efficiency-based, strategic-based budgeting, where we have a strategy. This is what we want to accomplish at the end of the year, and this is how we can increase that output. So my biggest criticism of the budget, and I'm going to be in favor of approving it, but I would like this council to sit with our manager, maybe we have another meeting, and go through very clearly in a document. I want to see clear, defined deliverables of what we're going to have at the end of the year, because I know they have it. They have huge lists of it that will make everybody's eyes go cross because they're so detailed, and it's almost too difficult to understand. But I think we can put together just a very clear bullet point saying at the end of the year, in the police department, you're going to see these 4 things, and this is what our deliverables are going to be. In the fire department, you're going to see these 6 things. In the planning department, you're going to see these things. In capital improvement, you're going to see this. So that we're very clear to what the output is going to be, so that we can make sure that we're maintaining that maximum efficiency all the way through, and we get the deliverables. From previous budgets, that's what I've seen missing. By the time you get to the end of the year, we're not really sure. Did we achieve? We didn't. Things moved. Something happened. Something didn't happen. And when we get the manager's report every month, like he does, he can easily say, we're on track, but this one's out. Why is this one out? Because something happened. We know about it ahead of time. We know how we're diverting from that. And things happen. We know that's going to happen. But that's what I would like to see in this budgeting. And I think that we could have another meeting to clarify in a more simplistic way than that they have it, that we can kind of follow along, almost like a manager's report kind of list that you do, but based on what we're going to see by September 30th of next year. And that would be my ask for the budget. And I think that's it.
Okay. I'll go this way.
This is my first rodeo on a municipal budget. I want to applaud the team for facilitating my ability to sit with them individually, for taking the time to really dive in deep. I really had no expectation or very little expectation, but whatever expectation I did have, you far exceeded it. You've all made yourself incredibly available. I don't think there's a single line item there that you don't know exactly where that money's being spent. And so I'm incredibly impressed. I'm happy to be a part of this group. This has been a great experience for me. For those of you, I want to also thank the residents for the countless number of emails with suggestions and questions, for the residents showing up here and talking about what their concerns are. I'm glad that we took the time today to educate and clarify some of the things that were said today. I would invite you to do that more often. Certainly there's not a single person in here that won't answer a question that they don't know the answer to, but they'll definitely know where to get the answer. And I think that it's a good practice for you to continue to show up, to continue to be engaged, to continue to ask questions, and most importantly, to continue to challenge this team. Because I'm telling you, they're up for the task, 100%. So thank you.
Mr. Vasquez?
I mean, I said it from the beginning, I thought this was a very great process, learning experience for me. I have been in previous budget processes as an administrator, and I can say that this is very transparent, very specific, very detailed. If I would, provide some input, I would like to see for a future budget, maybe a little bit more of graphics. I think people get a little lost sometimes in the numbers. And maybe graphics providing, like I indicated for the capital plan, how we intend to distribute that through time, so people get a sense of how the dollars are going to be applied. There's a sense that, you know, we're gonna go crazy, or I don't want to repeat what I heard, but with our budget. But I think that the more we provide graphics and indicate to people how the budget is moving forward, I think that would be great. I will also think that, KPIs, identifying how we move forward and how we've actually achieved. Yeah. Achievement is very important, especially if we're talking about a performance-based budget. I think showing folks through, key performance indicators and how we've achieved the goals that the council member was talking about, Councilmember Moss. We want to have a budget that meets those requirements and then meets the performance that we set. So with that said, congratulations to everybody. I'm very happy, and I certainly have learned a lot through this process, and I thank the residents as well. I thank everybody for your input. Thank you so much, everybody.
Go, Mr. Kaplan.
Thank you. And I think it's a prideful night. A lot of people put a lot of sweat equity, dedication, found some civic energy to try to contribute ideas. I think that we heard a lot of what I might call either suggestions or public castigation about things that we're not doing. I hope as a result of the conversation tonight that it's more clear that we take the methodology of developing these budgets, and the administration does, especially and primarily, very seriously as core responsibilities. I think some of the suggestions were revealed to be unwarranted and incorrect. And I hope, without making a speech to reinforce the truth of that as I see it, I hope that's self-evident to everybody. I've served with all kinds of permutations with people on councils. We have an excellent council. I know what you all have done to prepare for tonight and the engagement that you've all put in with the administration. It's another prideful moment. And I hope it's also self-evident to the people that are watching and were here tonight. At the beginning, in the middle, and at the end, this is one community. The history that led us to where we sit right now was built on aspirations that have led to policy goals. I think budget after budget honestly reflects those goals. The budgets have to be aligned with achievements of those goals. Millage has to be established at a level that balances those budgets. And I think we have successfully accomplished that year after year, decade after decade. And I suppose the last point that occurs to me is we're all very busy. We all work. If we don't make it to an event, it is not a measure of disrespect. It's typically a measure of conflict. We are busy. I know we make it to a lot of things, and we don't make it to all things.
Right.
So be it. If we had proxies, we'd make everything. That's all.
Thank you.
One of the nice things about going almost last is that everyone's already said just about everything. I have one question. This budget, when we're looking at changes, is the 10% for field usage already baked in this, or is that a revenue that we should be baking in?
It's not in. I wouldn't make it in either because we're talking about a season participant, so we're really be hitting this year.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my wrap-up would be thank you to the staff and to the council. This has been a very exhaustive process, and it has been nice, while we don't always agree up here, that it has been civil and everyone trying to do what they think is best for the community. And Steve, if possible, please don't plan any like 8 a.m. meetings for your staff tomorrow.
It's already planned, sorry.
Oh.
Mayor, can I add one thing I forgot to mention?
I tried.
It's important. I just want to bring it up. I know it's late. And I think that this is worth talking about really quickly. I want to thank Ed because, Ed does do his research and comes up with a solution, which many people who tell you cut the budget, there's no solution. He actually comes up with a solution. And the fact that he spent so much time on it, and I know he will disagree with me and he'll be laughing right now, but I spent the time to research exactly what he asked for. I disagree with him. I think it was extremely intelligent idea of remounting. And I'm completely for that. I'm just not for remounting an old box onto a different chassis that's not able to connect it, especially when there's been issues with that before. But if we're going to approve those two $600,000 purchases, I want us to look at our fleet policy, bring this back in the next meeting, and that we change the policy not to replace every 7 years, but we're going to remount in the next 7 years, and maybe even the other one past that, depending on whether technologies change, so that we can extend this new purchase over possibly 14 to 21 years, which again is going to be huge cost savings because Ed brought this forward. I know it's not what Ed wanted, and he's still going to tell us that this is a waste of money, but that's his opinion. But I think that this actually can bring a very good and very, very strong issue. The other thing that he brought up was reducing staff at the fire, and I looked into that as well, and I know many of you guys also met with them. And what it came down to is that it would reduce by reducing down, I think he said 6 people or 1 person on each shift, it would reduce our fire capacity down by 50% because we would only be able to take 1 truck at a time. And our medical area would be reduced by 1/3 because we would not be able to get the 3rd truck out because there would only be 1 person left. And that right now we have 3 that are capable. So if there's one incident, another incident, and somebody else is having a heart attack, they have a 3rd one that can go there. You reduce that 1 person, that 3rd one is gone. We only have now 2. It's not worth the money for me to reduce that. That is a reduction of level of service that we're all going to see. And what that relates to is calling Brickell for them to come out here, and you're waiting 20 minutes, which happened to my daughter when she got COVID. She couldn't breathe. It took her 20 minutes for them to get there because we had simultaneous calls, and that was scary. So I am not for that, and that for me is a no-brainer and a no-go. Anyways, I just thought that was good to do that, and I know, Mayor, you probably rode in the back of the truck. I did as well, so it was a lot of fun. They took us around and showed us all their stuff. So
okay, we're gonna need another 5 minutes since Brett spoke a lot there.
Second.
11:20.
All those
Okay.
in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I just want to say a couple of things. I look at the budget from the strategic direction point of view. And I talk to a lot of people on this village, and the things that I hear about all the time, is the strategic direction that we've taken. We hear about traffic, you hear about flooding, you hear about maintenance, you hear about security and safety, and that includes our police and fire, and you hear about recreation and culture. And I probably left something out too, but I think in this budget, we begin addressing additional areas of traffic that we need to look at, such as Harbor and Fernwood. And if other ideas come forward, let's look at them, because this is an issue that comes up all the time. The right-hand lane turn lane, a great project that looks like it's coming to fruition and coming to an end, that's going to help. What was talked about was St. Agnes moving some of that traffic into their interior, that should also help. But all these things we need to continue to look at. The flooding. Saturday, another point of contention where we were inundated, sort of.
Was it drizzle?
Yeah.
It wasn't even rain.
I happened to take my golf cart over and look at Palmwood at 6 p.m. on Saturday, and it was a lake still.
Looked like
Even my street had cleared up before that.
Yeah.
So, it's a fallacy that we don't need to take care of this flooding. I mean, it's a ridiculous argument. Maintenance. I get complaints. No, you guys don't maintain things. Yeah, well, but it's kind of like I said the other day. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Okay, and this is like, yeah, we want you to maintain stuff, but I don't know, do it with somebody else's budget, because we don't want to be able to afford that. Security and safety. The things that the police department, fire department are doing are excellent. I think it would be irresponsible for us not to put in the money for these 2 rescue trucks. We are all open to suggestions. And this is, again, one of those really important things everybody needs to remember. Everything that we put in here comes back, and we have to approve it, sometimes once or twice. So it's not, you don't get just one shot at it. And looking at ideas and things like what Brett just went over are fantastic. I applaud that. We get another chance to look at it. And finally, recreation and culture. We talked about all the different projects and the different amenities that we offer to improve our quality of life, which is one of the reasons why we're up here, is to work with our community to make it a better place to live, a better place to work. So with that, I want to thank my colleagues and the staff for working with us to try to make this happen. We're not overtaxing. We are trying to do the best we can to keep up with the maintenance, to keep up with the issues of flooding, to keep up with improving our traffic, and we're doing it at a very efficient cost. Can we do better? Yeah, sure, of course we can always do better, and that's what everybody here is committed to. Now, we need to get to plug in the millage rate and approve the budget.
So, Mr. Mayor, before we go there, may I ask your guidance? So my understanding, and I just want to make sure we're clear here, because we started to do the calculations. We're going to drop $250 off of the roadway project, add in $9,000 for trap, neuter, and release, and $8,200 for youth council. That would be a total reduction of $232,800. The resulting millage rate would be 3.1245. Is that the direction we're moving in?
That's the budget. Sounds right.
So I think that Benjamin's going to actually read.
We untable the millage resolution.
Yes, give me 1 second. Benjamin's going to actually read an amendment to the resolution, so it's clarified, and he'll do that after it's untabled.
I moved to untable the millage.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I just want to make sure, I know that we had a lot of public hearing discussion before. I know it was on the budget, but on the millage, it was a little unclear. So in case somebody wanted to speak quickly, I think you've already spoken, but I would just, for the record, maybe just open it for a second to see.
Anybody want to speak on the village? Going once, going twice.
All right, perfect.
Sure, come on up.
Police and things that we have to buy that it's.
Your name and address, sorry.
Adriana Hospitali, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. It's just because I don't have any idea how this works. For example, that truck that we have to spend 1 million something is an asset, is one of our assets, no?
Correct.
And do we have to get from reserve each year because it has 7 years of life expectancy of the truck, or how many years? I don't know, 10, 15, or?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so
we have reserve. We are going to start having reserve for the amount of years that we need to replace it in the future.
No, so what would happen, so what the council is about to make a decision on is they would approve $1.2 million in the next fiscal year.
Yeah.
Then it would have to come back for their approval 2 times, and once that's approved, we would make that purchase at that point. So we would then spend the $1.2 million.
Okay, but
The truck we're going to buy, my understanding, has the ability to be replaced twice over a period of time. So that would be a 21-year investment.
21 years.
So you would take that 1.2 million. Now, granted, there would be some transfer costs when you move from one chassis to the next. So every 7 years, there would be a transfer cost. It wouldn't be $1.2 million.
That means that we have to reserve.
No reserve. You're paying it
No
one
reserve.
time. No,
No
it's being
reserves.
paid one time.
No, I know that,
What
but
she's
we have to
suggesting is,
reserve it
are we
in 20
saving money
years.
now?
Oh, saving
In the
money for
future, in
expenditure.
20 years, we have to buy it again. My question is, do we have to reserve money for each of the very expensive assets that the village has?
No, that will be a decision
don't know
made
if I-
in the year, in the tax year. That would be put on millage. In the tax year.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't have to do reserve for that.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
come on up.
Need a motion
We're
to
going to need
extend.
another 5 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
I'll
Second.
move.
All
In favor, opposed, motion
I'll be
carries.
short. Gustavo Menendez, 260 Baton Good again. I would like you to consider for the next budget the point of view of the taxpayer. I didn't hear today anything about the cost of the money for the taxpayer. You said the average price of the houses. We said the average amount that will cost in terms of taxes, but every dollar you ask the taxpayer costs the taxpayer more. 8% mortgage rates. You are making 5% in interest. This year, the last 10 years, we had 0, right? And we were paying for debt. And now you're asking money for the taxpayer that is costing the taxpayer deciding in between paying my mortgage or at 8% or even more, or my credit card loans for 20%, or favoring the city with 5%. So I think you should definitely think about considering the point of view of the taxpayer. I don't know how many houses in Key Biscayne have mortgages, but I'm guessing more than 50%. So think about that for the next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do.
Yeah, we definitely do. And again, the numbers are, you pay $2,500 and you get this service, and that's the median number, and that's what we were considering.
Sorry to bring this back, but I didn't have time to complete my
Just your name and address
speech.
again.
Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Grapetree Drive.
Thank you.
And this is the perfect screen that I needed to go ahead and state my problem. There are $360,000 a year spent on fields to play for the kids of Key Biscayne. Is that right? Or is that for people coming from outside Key Biscayne and getting to use the fields that we are paying for?
The great majority of all the programs are required to be primarily, and by that I mean Todd would know the number, but it's more than 70% have to be from Key Biscayne. So no, we don't tailor programs from people from outside the Key.
All right, when I went into the website for the sports, it says how much a resident pays and how much a non-resident pays. I didn't see anything about 70% being from the key.
Okay,
But besides that,
We'll explain that, but go
the
ahead, yeah.
people coming in are bringing in traffic. Every single person that comes in here comes with a car. So what is the criteria for allowing outsiders to come and use the services in the community center or in the playing fields? Or are we trying to create a messy, or are we trying to have the kids enjoy each other?
Right.
Because the population hasn't changed, and the groups between 5 and 24 remain more or less the same, even though the census that I quoted was up to 2021. But my point is that somehow, based on the emergencies that we have here, the practices and the criteria for allowing people from the outside to enjoy Key Biscayne has to be, somehow, they have to be revised.
Okay,
So,
thank you for your comment.
and the other one, the other bullet that I see, repairs in Village Green, Mast, St. Agnes, and other fields in Key Biscayne.
Right.
You know, that is also a matter of why it is that for the kids that we have here, why do you have to use Mast and St. Agnes?
Because we don't have enough field space on Key Biscayne. It's been a chronic problem for many, many years.
Okay, that is why a report has to be put forth by the person in charge of athletics,
Okay,
saying how many kids are
not a problem.
We get that a lot.
within Key
And you're
Biscayne.
welcome to go to the VAP meetings too, but they come and they report to council. You can, exactly what you want, you can find. Because we've had it not that long ago at a council meeting. If you go and look, I think you'll find answers to a lot of your questions. Because they have come
Well,
and
the
we
bottom
get
line-
that report a lot.
Again, I'm sorry to be repeating myself,
No,
but the
no.
bottom line is that people coming from the outside are only adding to the problems that we have.
Yeah, but we want to reassure you that that's not the
That's in
problem.
control. We have 3
Have to change
minutes.
the practice.
Let's take an action and then we'll
criteria
get
then.
Thank you.
Thank
Give that to
you.
Millage.
Benjamin, will you read the percentage increase over the rollback rate?
Yeah, so section 3, the rollback rate is 2.8613 mils, and the final millage rate of 3.1245 mils, which is 0.2632 or 9.20% over the rollback rate.
We don't get our zip code.
It's also in section 2 also.
We don't get our zip code.
No, I'm just saying that the amendment is also to section 2 also, right? Correct? Yeah, okay. So there would be a motion in order to move it as amended.
Moved.
Second.
The number is 3.1245. Everybody got it?
Yep. Sir. A lower millage.
We are on the millage. Is the millage ordinance or is it the?
It's a resolution.
It's a reso.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move to extend for 3 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Sorry,
Motion
yep.
carries.
We're till 11:28.
I gotta go.
Okay, second part. Chad?
There was already a motion and a second on the ordinance for approval from earlier, so I think.
For the budget?
The budget ordinance as amended.
For the ordinance for the budget, so yes, as amended.
As amended. Roll call?
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
The budget ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job.